found a mirror deep in the woods by Eric T. I spend a lot of my time in the woods in Alabama, mostly on public land. I like to go out there to clear my head sometimes. No music or podcasts, just walking old logging roads and seeing where they go. I've done it for years, and I'm pretty comfortable being out there alone. This happened last fall, not far from the Talladega National Forest area. I won't say exactly where, but it was several miles past the last marked trail. The road turned into two ruts, and grass had started growing in the middle. I wasn't camping or hunting. I was just walking with a small pack and a sidearm, same as always. I noticed the mirror because it reflected sunlight straight into my eyes. At first, I thought it was a piece of metal, or maybe a road sign somebody dragged out there. There's a lot of illegal dumping, so that wouldn't have surprised me. But the reflection didn't move the way metal does when you change position. It stayed steady. I stepped off the road and found a full-length mirror nailed to a pine tree. Not leaned against it, nailed. 2 big nails right through the frame, sunk deep into the tree. The mirror looked old, but not weather-damaged. There were no cracks or no fogging. The glass was clean. That alone was strange enough that I should have left. But I didn't. I looked around first. No campsite or trash. No footprints that I could see. No ribbon or survey markers. Nothing that suggested anyone had been back there recently. The ground around the tree looked undisturbed. I stood in front of it and checked my reflection. It was me. Same clothes, same posture. Nothing obviously wrong at first. But the framing felt off. The mirror was perfectly vertical, flat against the tree. But the reflection looked like I was standing closer than I actually was. I took a step to the side. My reflection followed, but not right away. It lagged, just enough for me to notice. It was nothing dramatic or exaggerated, just late, like bad video buffering. I tested it again, stepped left. Delay. Stepped right. Same thing. I told myself it was uneven ground, or light doing something weird. That's what you do in moments like that. You try to keep things normal. But then I noticed the background. The woods behind my reflection didn't match the woods behind me. The trees were spaced differently. The ground sloped the wrong way. I turned around to check, and then looked back. The mirror still showed me facing forward. I hadn't turned at all in the reflection. That's when my stomach dropped. I raised my left hand slowly. In the mirror, my hand came up after mine stopped moving. I lowered it, same delay, and then my reflection blinked, but I hadn't. I took a step back, far enough that my whole body should have been visible, but the mirror only showed me from the chest up. The rest of me just wasn't there. I started hearing something behind me. Not footsteps, more like movement through leaves, slow and close. I didn't turn around. I kept watching the mirror. My reflection leaned closer to the glass. It didn't move. Its face looked exactly like mine, but the expression wasn't right. It wasn't scared or confused, and I sure as hell was. It looked focused, like it was studying me. I stepped back again. The reflection didn't follow this time. It stayed right up close to the glass, like it couldn't move any farther. And then it smiled. I don't smile like that. I don't bare my teeth when I'm nervous. The smile in the mirror was wider than mine and held too long. That's when I finally turned around. There was nothing there, just trees, no movement or sound. When I turned back, the mirror didn't even show me anymore. It showed the woods instead, the other woods, the wrong slope, different trees, no person at all. I didn't touch the mirror. I didn't take a picture. I didn't try to test anything else. I walked away fast, but not running. I kept expecting to hear something behind me, but I didn't. When I got back to the road, I looked over my shoulder. I couldn't see the mirror anymore. No reflection or frames, just the trees. I went home and didn't tell anyone for a long time because I didn't know how to explain it without sounding insane. I still walk in the woods. I still go out alone. But I don't leave the roads anymore. And I don't follow reflections. Something knocked on the cabin every night. I rented a small hunting cabin for a few nights during the off-season, completely alone. The first night, at about 2 a.m, there was one single knock on the front wall. It wasn't loud or aggressive, so I figured it was a branch or an animal or something, and I fell back asleep. The same knock happened the second night at almost the exact same time. By the third night, I was awake and waiting for it. When the knock came this time, it sounded closer, almost like it was right next to the door frame. I just sat there and held my breath. The last knock came, though, from inside the cabin, right behind me. I left before sunrise and did not finish my stay. I found a footprint that wasn't human. By Emily. I was hiking early in the morning after a pretty light rain, so the ground was perfect for seeing tracks. It's something of a hobby of mine. I just like to see all the different tracks of the wildlife that's out on my hikes. I had noticed a couple of birds and a deer, and it was pretty cool. But then I noticed a footprint next to mine that did not match any animal I knew. It was long and narrow, almost like a human foot, but the heel was wrong and the toes were all stretched out. At first I thought maybe it was my boot print and it had smeared, so I stepped next to it to compare. My footprint looked normal, and the other one definitely was not from a shoe. I followed the trail of prints for a few steps until they just stopped in the middle of the path. There was no scuffing or exit or anything like that. It was like they just got picked up from the planet in the middle of the road. I was crouched down to look at it, but then I just got this strong feeling that I should not be crouched down right there. So I stood up and kept walking. I tried not to panic or run or look around too much. I still wish I had taken a photo, but I'm glad I didn't stop for longer at the same time, because I just got this primal feeling like something did not want me there. My name was carved into the tree. I was clearing brush on a piece of wooded land that my family owns, somewhere that I had worked plenty of times before. I noticed a fresh-looking carving on a tree near the back edge of the property. It was my full name, carved deep and clean like somebody had really taken their time with it. What really got to me, though, was the handwriting, because it looked exactly like mine, down to how I loop certain letters. I don't carve trees, and I definitely hadn't been back there recently. I checked older photos on my phone, but the carving wasn't there last year. The cuts were pale, they weren't weathered, so they had clearly been done recently. I felt really embarrassed at first, like maybe I'd done it and forgotten, but the longer I stared at it, the worse I felt. I finished my work closer to the house and left that area alone. That tree is still back there, and I make it a point not to look at it. Something watched me from the edge of the firelight. By Anonymous. I was sitting by my campfire late at night, just kind of staring into it and zoning out. I was out on a camping trip, and it was day 2, if I remember right. At some point, I realized that I was seeing a darker shape just beyond the edge of the firelight. If you know anything about being out at night in the woods with a fire, then you know that you can see whatever the fire illuminates, and everything beyond that is pretty much dead black. And that was how this looked. Except there was a figure there that was darker than the darkness, if that makes sense. It wasn't moving, it didn't even shift like the way people shift between their feet. It was just standing there. I told myself it was probably just a tree trunk that I hadn't noticed before. When I leaned to the side, the shape did not change, but the shadows around it did. I couldn't see any details, really. It was just a solid outline where there shouldn't have been one. I poked the fire to make it flare up and kind of hoped that the light would reach it. The flames rose, and the shape stayed exactly where it was. Then the fire suddenly dropped, like it literally was like somebody had dumped water on it. I did not relight it, and I went straight to my tent, where I basically huddled until the light came up. I don't think I slept all night, but when I came out, there was no tree, and nothing really there that should have made that kind of a figure, so I still have no idea what was out there with me. My GPS kept sending me back to the same clearing. By Lucas. I was doing this long solo hike and relying on my phone's GPS to track my route. After a while, I realized I had passed the same open clearing like 3 different times. Every single time I checked the map, it would show me heading in a different direction. The clearing itself just felt really, kind of icky. Like it was too quiet. It had a hollow kind of feeling. I tried to ignore the GPS and I started using landmarks instead, but I still ended up back there. On the 3rd pass, I noticed that the grass was flattened where I had already stood for a while looking at the map or the GPS. My phone buzzed with a reroute notification, even though I hadn't changed paths. That's when I shut it off completely. I picked a direction and walked without stopping. Fortunately, it worked. I didn't look at my GPS again until I was back at my car. Still can't tell you what that was all about, but I'm really glad that I got out of there. There Was Someone in the Background of My Photos by Marcus L. I did a short solo backpacking trip and took photos along the trail just to pass the time. Nothing felt off while I was out there. It was just quiet and kind of boring, but in a good way. When I got home and dumped the photos onto my computer, I noticed a shape behind me in one of them. It looked like a person standing between two trees, way farther back than anyone should have been. I checked the next photo, maybe 30 seconds later, at least that's when I took it, and the shape was closer. I don't remember hearing anybody walking. I didn't hear any branches breaking. In the last photo before I packed up, it was gone. I zoomed in until the image got grainy, and I just felt sick to my stomach. I deleted the whole folder, and ever since then, I really hate being photographed from behind. The eyes in the woods. When I was camping in Oregon with some friends, we decided to hike at night for fun. The trail was pitch black except for our flashlights. You can see a lot of cool stuff out there at night. Different wildlife. I don't know, it's just a different experience. And for the most part, we were enjoying it. At one point, we noticed these glowing eyes off the trail. There were 2 sets, and then 3, and then even more. At first, we thought we'd stumbled upon some deer, but the eyes were too high and too far apart. And they never really blinked, they just followed us as we moved. The really strange part, though, is that when we stopped and looked at them, the eyes closed one by one. It kind of looked like whatever was watching us just sank into the ground. We turned around and went back to camp without saying a word, and we do not night hike anymore. The unmoving figure. I've posted this in a couple other places, but I figured this community might have some insight. This happened to me about 6 months ago in Shenandoah National Park in Virginia. I was doing a solo overnight on the Old Rag Mountain Trail. I wouldn't call it remote by Appalachian standards, but it was mid-February and the park was pretty dead. It was an overcast day, the temperature hovered around freezing the whole time, and it was just that gray winter weather that kind of keeps most people inside. It was perfect for me because I really prefer hiking without the crowds. The plan was to take the ridge trail up to the summit and then loop back down via the saddle trail and spend the night at one of the backcountry sites. I had done this route maybe a dozen times over the years. I know it like the back of my hand. The rock scramble near the summit can be pretty tricky, especially in the winter. But I had micro spikes and I honestly wasn't too worried about it. Everything was normal until about halfway up the ridge trail, maybe 3 miles in or so. I was taking a water break when I noticed something off to my left, maybe 50, 60 yards into the woods. At first, I thought it was just a tree trunk or some kind of weird rock formation. But I looked again and realized no, it was a person. It was a man standing completely motionless between 2 large oaks. He was facing my direction, just staring. He wore dark clothing, kind of like black or dark brown, a jacket and pants, no hat or visible pack or gear. From that distance, I couldn't make out any facial features, not clearly anyway, but I could tell he was looking directly at me. My first thought was maybe he was another hiker who'd gone off trail to take a leak or something and was waiting for me to pass. I realized that he probably thought I was staring at him, so I gave a little wave and called out, "Morning, how's it going?" You know, standard trail greeting. No response. He didn't wave back or really move at all, he just stood there. I figured maybe he hadn't heard me or he was dealing with some kind of emergency, so then I got concerned and started walking toward him through the trees. I thought maybe he needed help. The undergrowth wasn't too thick in that area. It was mostly bare hardwoods with some scattered mountain laurel, so it wasn't difficult to navigate off the main trail. But the weirdest part is that as I got closer, maybe within 30 yards, I started to get this overwhelming feeling that I should not approach this person. It wasn't like a rational safety concern, but like something deep inside me was screaming not to get closer. I don't know if primal fear is what I was feeling, but it's the closest approximation that I've ever felt. I stopped dead in my tracks, but I called out again. "Hey, are you okay? Do you need help?" Nothing. The person hadn't moved a muscle the entire time I'd been watching or walking, not to shift their weight or turn their head, not even the little subtle movements that you would expect someone just standing around to make. It was like a mannequin. I took a few more steps, and that's when I noticed something that absolutely made my skin crawl. The guy was not wearing winter gear. It was maybe 30 degrees Fahrenheit out with a decent wind, but he was dressed like it was a mild spring day. No hat, no gloves, a jacket that looked way too thin for the conditions. But he wasn't shivering or showing a single sign that he was cold, and he absolutely should have been. At this point, I was maybe 20 yards away and I could see him more clearly. He was average height and average build, nothing really special about him. But there was something really weird about his posture. People don't stand that still, especially not in cold weather. Even when you're trying to be motionless, there are those little tiny micro movements, you know? Like a shift in your balance or breathing that moves your shoulders. This guy had none of that. I pulled out my phone to call emergency services, thinking he was having some kind of medical episode. But of course, there was no signal. Never is in that part of the park. So I decided to get a little closer and see if I could figure out what was wrong. But as soon as I took another step forward, every instinct I had that had been screaming before was now absolutely shouting to stop. This clearly was not a person in distress. This was something else entirely. It looked like a person, but it just wasn't right. The way he was standing, what he was wearing, the complete lack of movement, none of it was normal, and none of it seemed human. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on this thing, and returned to the trail. I figured I'd hike out and report it to the park rangers and let them deal with whatever was going on. But when I got back to the trail and looked toward where the man had been standing, no prizes for guessing, I couldn't see him anymore. I thought maybe from my angle the trees were blocking him, so I moved a few yards up and down the trail trying to get a clear line of sight. I even walked back into the woods to the exact spot where I'd seen him. There was no one there. There were no footprints in the leaf litter. There was no sign that anyone had ever been there at all. I spent probably 10 minutes searching that area, thinking maybe he walked deeper into the woods or collapsed behind a tree or something. But nothing. It was like he'd never been there in the first place. The rest of the hike was blessedly uneventful, but I just could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every shadow between trees looked like it was a person. Every time I stopped to rest, I found myself scanning the forest for figures. I ended up cutting my trip short and hiking out the same day instead of camping overnight. I did report it to the rangers when I got back to my car. Told them I'd seen somebody who might have been in distress, but couldn't locate them when I went to help. They took down my information and said they would send somebody to check the area, but I never heard back about whether they found anything. I've been back to Shenandoah several times since then, but I stick to the main trails and I don't wander into the woods to investigate anything. I've never seen anything like that figure again, which is probably for the best. But the thing that still bugs me is how normal it all seemed at first. He just looked like a regular guy standing in the woods. But the more I think about it, the more convinced I become that whatever I saw was not human. It was just wearing one. The faint light. I was on Mount St. Helens last fall, late season, when the weather gets unpredictable, but the trails are empty. I had been climbing all day, nothing technical, just a long push past timberline, planning to bivvy on the ridge before dropping back down in the morning. The forecast called for scattered clouds and wind, nothing worse. I had layers, a stove, and a spot that I had used before that gave some shelter from the gusts. By the time I set up camp, it was close to 8 p.m. Twilight was hanging on, but the trees below were already swallowed in black. I cooked quick, ramen, jerky, instant coffee, and then zipped myself into the bivvy. I was tired enough to drift off right away, but the wind had other ideas. It kept gusting and jerking the tarp so hard that it snapped like a sail. I gave up on sleep, put on my shell, and sat outside, just watching the dark settle across the volcano's shoulders. At that point, I started to see this faint light. It wasn't steady like a lantern, but it wasn't bright enough to be a headlamp either. It flickered. It was dim and kind of odd, and it came from higher up the slope. Way higher than anyone should have been. That late in the season, nobody is going up there unless they're geared for serious climbing, and there had been nobody signed in at the trailhead register. The light moved and disappeared, and then came back. It almost seemed to be pulsing. My first thought was campfire, but the location didn't really make that much sense. It was too high and perched on a ledge where there's no shelter, and no real reason to stop. It wasn't the orange of a fire anyway. It was just this weak, pale kind of glow. I told myself it had to be a trick. Maybe it was moonlight bouncing off snow. But there was no snow left on that slope. Not that low anyway, and not that patchy. I watched for 10 minutes, maybe more. The light never grew brighter, and it never faded out completely. It just kind of pulsed. Eventually, I convinced myself that it was nothing, and I crawled back into the bivvy. But every time I shut my eyes, the flicker showed up behind my lids. I just couldn't shake it. At some point, I decided I would go check it out in the morning. When dawn came, I packed fast and hiked toward where I'd seen the glow. The slope was rough. Talus, loose scree, but no real trail. I picked my way up, checked the GPS. The spot should have been just below a craggy outcrop. But there was nothing there. There was no fire ring or footprints in the dust or sign of gear, nothing that would indicate somebody had been there. It was just a scatter of rocks and a few stumps and wind. I stood there long enough to feel dumb, and then I turned back. On the descent, I kept glancing over my shoulder. No light. Back at the trailhead, I checked the register again. Still, just my name and nobody else. I've been back on St. Helens since, on different routes and in different seasons, and I've never seen anything like that again. But sometimes I still think about it. It was almost like it was aware of me, or like it wanted me to follow it. And I'm pretty glad that I didn't. My name was carved into the tree. I was clearing brush on a piece of wooded land that my family owns, somewhere that I had worked plenty of times before. I noticed a fresh-looking carving on a tree near the back edge of the property. It was my full name, carved deep and clean like somebody had really taken their time with it. What really got to me, though, was the handwriting, because it looked exactly like mine, down to how I loop certain letters. I don't carve trees, and I definitely hadn't been back there recently. I checked older photos on my phone, but the carving wasn't there last year. The cuts were pale, they weren't weathered, so they had clearly been done recently. I felt really embarrassed at first, like maybe I'd done it and forgotten, but the longer I stared at it, the worse I felt. I finished my work closer to the house and left that area alone. That tree is still back there, and I make it a point not to look at it. The Unseen Stalker. I've been solo hiking for about 6 years now, mostly in upstate New York. I've done plenty of trails in the Adirondacks, and never had anything happen that couldn't be explained by normal wildlife. Bears, coyotes, even had a moose encounter once up near Tupper Lake. But what happened to me last October, on the Northville Placid Trail, still has me looking over my shoulder. I was doing a day hike on a section near Lake Durant, maybe 8 miles north of Blue Mountain Lake. Started around 7 a.m. on a Saturday in late October. It was perfect hiking weather, cool but not too cold, and the leaves were just starting to turn. The trail was in pretty good shape, and I was making decent time. About 2 hours in, I started to get this feeling like someone was behind me. You know that prickly sensation you get when someone's staring at you? It was like that, but stronger. It made me turn around a few times, but I never saw anything. Around mile 4, I started hearing footsteps. Not constantly, just every now and then when I'd pause to catch my breath or take a drink. It sounded like someone walking on the trail maybe 50 yards back. The same rhythm as hiking footsteps. Crunch, crunch, pause, repeat. But every time I would stop and listen, the sounds would stop too. At first I figured it was probably just another hiker keeping their distance. Some people like a lot of space on the trail, and I get that. But whenever I would call out a hello or good morning, there was never any response. The weird part was how precisely the footsteps matched my pace. They always stayed about the same distance behind me, too, and they always stopped the exact moment I did. After about an hour of this, I decided to test it. I found a good spot where the trail curved around a big boulder and ducked behind it to wait. I figured whoever was following me would have to come around the bend within a few minutes. I waited there for 20 minutes, and no one ever came around that corner. But the second I stepped back onto the trail and started walking again, the footsteps started up behind me. That's when I got seriously uncomfortable. I picked up my pace, trying to put some distance between me and whoever was back there. The footsteps picked up too, matching me step for step. Still, I couldn't see anything when I would turn around, but I could feel something there, like a weight in the air behind me. Around mile 6, I came to a section where the trail opens up into a small meadow. There was good visibility in all directions, and there was nowhere for anybody to hide. I stopped in the middle of the clearing and did a full 360-degree scan with my binoculars. Nothing. There was no movement. No sign of life except for a few chipmunks. But I could still feel eyes on me, and when I started walking again, the footsteps resumed immediately. The last 2 miles to my turnaround point were the longest of my hiking career. The presence behind me felt closer somehow, more insistent. A couple of times I thought I heard breathing that was not mine, but every time I would stop to listen and hold my breath, there was just normal forest silence. At the 8-mile mark, I reached a small lake where I had originally planned to have lunch. But I was too rattled to sit still. I just turned around and started the hike back, hoping that whatever was following me would lose interest. It didn't. The footsteps were there for the entire return trip, always the exact same distance behind me, always stopping whenever I would stop. By the time I got back to the trailhead, I was practically sprinting. I just wanted to get to my car. When I reached the parking area, I turned around one last time to look back at the trail. I still saw nothing, but I could still feel something watching me from the tree line. I didn't relax until I was in my car with the doors locked. I asked around on some hiking forums about similar experiences. I got the usual suggestions. Black bear following scent trails, echo effects making my own footsteps sound like they were coming from behind me, auditory hallucinations from hiking alone too much. But none of it felt right. Bears don't walk in perfect sync with humans for 8 miles. Echoes don't create distinct footstep sounds that stop and start independently. And I've done hundreds of solo hikes without hallucinating phantom followers. I did some research on that particular section of trail. I found out there's some local folklore about a shadow walker in that area, something that follows hikers but never shows itself. Old Adirondack guides used to warn people about it back in the logging days. Supposedly it's harmless but persistent, just shadows people through the forest for reasons no one understands. It could be complete nonsense, but it made me feel a little bit better knowing that other people had reported similar experiences. I've been back to the Adirondacks since then, but I stick to more popular trails with heavier foot traffic. I haven't done any solo hiking in that area again. Maybe it was just my imagination running wild after too many hours alone in the woods, but I don't need to find out. The thing that still really gets under my skin about all of it is how intelligent it felt. It didn't feel like an animal following a scent or reacting on instinct. It felt very deliberate, mimicking my movements and staying just out of sight, almost like it was enjoying the game. Whatever it was, it knew exactly how to stay hidden while making sure that I knew it was there. And that takes a kind of awareness that doesn't fit with any wildlife I know about. Hopefully, whatever it was, I'll never face it again. The House on Nowhere Lane by Corey V. I've been delivering for a local pizza chain in the Fuquay-Varina, North Carolina area for about 3 years. It's mostly suburban runs, but once you get outside the main town limits, you hit these pockets of dense pine woods and old tobacco land that feels like it hasn't changed since the 50s. You get used to long gravel driveways and GPS signals that drop out the second you turn off the main road. Last Tuesday night, I took a delivery that should not have been on our map. The order came in late, around 10:45 p.m., just before we closed. It was for 2 large peps and a side of wings. The address was on, let's call it Old Cedar Road. I've lived in Wake County my whole life, and I'd never heard of it, but the system took it, so I bagged the food and headed out. The drive started normal. I headed south past the modern housing developments and the lighted gas stations, and then I turned onto a dirt track that my phone claimed was Old Cedar. The pines closed in immediately. It was one of those nights where the humidity makes the air feel heavy, and the fog was starting to roll out of the low-lying ditches. I drove for about 4 miles. My odometer was clicking up, but the scenery was strangely repetitive. I passed the same rusted-out tractor under a leaning shed at least twice. I figured I was just tired and circling a loop, but the road was a straight shot. Eventually, the trees opened up into a clearing. There was a house at the end of the gravel. It was a standard 2-story farmhouse, white siding, wraparound porch. It looked well maintained. There were 6 lights on in the upstairs window, casting a warm amber glow onto the lawn. A blue sedan was parked in the grass. I pulled up, grabbed the heat bag, and walked to the porch. As I climbed the steps, the wood didn't creak. It felt solid, almost like I was walking on concrete, painted to look like wood. I knocked on the door. A man answered. He looked like any other guy in his late 30s, flannel shirt, jeans, bit of a beard. He smiled, handed me a $20 bill and a $5, and took the pizzas. "Have a good one," he said. His voice was clear, but it sounded like it was being played through a high-quality speaker, rather than coming from a human throat. I thanked him, pocketed the cash, and walked back to my car. As I was backing out, I glanced at the house one last time. The lights were off. And it wasn't like somebody just flipped a switch off, but the windows were suddenly boarded up. The blue sedan was gone. In its place was a thick patch of weeds that looked like they'd been growing there for decades. I blinked, rubbing my eyes, thinking the fog was playing tricks on my depth perception. When I looked again, the whole house was different. The white siding was gray and peeling. The wraparound porch had collapsed on one side. I didn't stick around to investigate. I put the car in drive and hauled it back down that dirt road. When I got back to the shop, my manager, Mike, was locking the back door. He looked at his watch and then looked at me. "Where have you been for 2 hours?" he asked. I looked at my own watch. It said 11:15. I told him I'd only been gone for 20 minutes. He pointed at the digital clock on the wall above the ovens. It said 12:45 a.m. I reached into my pocket to show him the money. I pulled out the $25 the man had given me. But it wasn't money. It was slips of paper, cut to the exact size of bills. They were blank and white, and felt like they were made of some kind of thin plastic or vellum. There was no ink on them at all. "The address was such and such Old Cedar," I said, trying to make sense of the lost time. Mike pulled up the delivery log on the computer. There was no record of the order. The last delivery on the screen was a drop-off at a townhouse complex 3 miles in the opposite direction. I checked my own phone's GPS history. It showed me sitting in the parking lot of the pizza shop for the last 2 hours. The next morning, I drove back out there. I wanted to see if I had just lost my mind. I found the turnoff for Old Cedar Road, but the dirt track ended after 50 yards at a locked gate, with a no trespassing sign that looked about 30 years old. Beyond the gate, there was nothing but overgrown forest. There was no clearing. There was no farmhouse. I walked along the fence line for a bit. About 20 feet into the brush, I found something white snagged on a briar. I picked it up. It was a cardboard pizza box, one of ours with the logo and the grease stains from the pepperoni. But when I opened it, the pizza inside wasn't moldy or rotten. It looked brand new and steaming hot, like it had just come out of the oven. I dropped the box and ran back to my car. I haven't told anyone else about the blank paper or the hot pizza in the woods. I kept the paper slips in my glove box for a few days, but when I checked them this morning, they were gone. There was just a little bit of gray dust in the corner of the compartment. I'm still working the job, but I will not take late-night rural runs anymore. I told Mike my car is having transmission issues and can't handle the gravel roads. He bought it, at least I think he did, but I also think he knows something is weird. He doesn't look at me in the eye when the sun goes down. He won't answer any questions about what might have happened. The weirdest part is the receipt. I found the original thermal paper printout in my trash can at home yesterday. It's dated for next Tuesday. The total is $25, and the customer name is just The Resident. I have no idea what's going to happen next Tuesday, but I've already called out sick. I'm staying in my apartment with the lights on and the door deadbolted. I keep thinking about that man's voice and how much it sounded like a recording. I keep wondering if the resident is still out there in a house that doesn't exist, eating a pizza that never gets cold. My uncle stopped hunting after what followed him out of the Amazonas, by Rodrigo M. My uncle Tito stopped going into the jungle in 2019. He'd been a hunter his whole life. Grew up in Puerto Ayacucho in Amazonas state. He knew the rainforest better than anyone I've ever met. He could track anything, read signs in the mud and broken vegetation that I couldn't even see. The man was completely at home in places where most people would be lost in 10 minutes or less. When he quit hunting, he sold all his equipment. His rifles, his machetes, his camping gear, everything. He moved to Ciudad Bolivar to live with my aunt, and he won't talk about why. He won't even talk about the jungle anymore. If you bring it up at all, he changes the subject or leaves the room. I only know what happened because I was there for part of it. I was with him on what turned out to be his last trip into the Amazonas interior. This was October 2019. I was 23, working odd jobs, and Tito had invited me to come along on a hunting trip. He had a contract to provide game meat to a few restaurants in Puerto Ayacucho, and he needed help hauling it out. The plan was to go in for 5 days, hunt peccary and maybe some capybara, smoke the meat at a temporary camp, and bring it back out. We went in by boat first, up the Orinoco, and then up a smaller tributary. After about 4 hours, we beached the boat and started hiking inland. Tito knew where he was going. He'd hunted this area for years. The jungle there is dense. Triple canopy, understory so thick you're cutting through it with a machete half the time. Hot, humid, loud with insects and birds. We set up base camp near a small stream on the second day. Tito had used this spot before. There was a clearing where someone had built a basic lean-to years ago, mostly rotted now, but the frame was still good. We strung tarps and hammocks, got our smoking rack set up. That afternoon, Tito went out to scout, and I stayed back to organize our supplies. He came back just before dark, looking thoughtful. He said he'd found peccary sign about 2 kilometers east, but something felt weird about the area. The forest was too quiet. He'd been walking for over an hour, and hadn't seen any monkeys, hadn't heard any howlers, barely saw any birds. In the Amazon, that's strange. The place is normally crawling with life. I asked him if he thought we should move camp. He said no, that we would see how it looked in the morning. We ate, talked for a while about nothing in particular, and went to sleep. The jungle at night is never truly quiet, but you get used to the background noise. The insects, the occasional bird call, something moving through the canopy. It all becomes white noise after a while. I woke up sometime around 3 a.m. because the noise had completely stopped. I lay in my hammock, listening to nothing. Not a single insect or frog or anything. I whispered to Tito asking if he was awake. He whispered back that he was, that he had been for about 10 minutes. He noticed it too. We stayed really quiet, listening to the nothing. After maybe 5 minutes, we heard something walking near the edge of our camp. Bipedal, steady footsteps in the leaf litter. Tito had his flashlight. He turned it on and swept it across the clearing. but there was nothing there. The footsteps stopped. We waited. After another minute or so, they started up again, moving in kind of a half-moon shape around the camp. It was still just outside the range of our flashlight. This went on for maybe 20 minutes. The thing would walk, Tito would shine the light, and it would stop. We never saw what it was. Eventually, the footsteps moved away, and the jungle sounds gradually came back. The insects, and then some frogs, and then finally a howler monkey in the distance. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. When it got light, Tito went to look at the perimeter of the camp. He found tracks, and so I went with him to see them. They were in a patch of soft mud near where we had heard the footsteps. The tracks were humanoid, but not human. The foot was too long, maybe 16 inches. The toes were elongated and spread wide. The depth of the print suggested something very heavy. Tito stared at them for a long time. I asked him what he thought it was. He said he didn't know, but he'd heard stories from the Piaroa and Yanomami people who lived deeper in the jungle. Stories about something they called different names depending on the tribe. Tall things that walked like men but were not men. Things that followed hunters. He said we were packing up and leaving, and I didn't argue. We broke camp within an hour and started hiking back toward where we'd left the boat. Tito was moving faster than I'd ever seen him move in the jungle. He kept checking behind us. He wasn't saying much, but I could tell he was rattled. We'd been hiking maybe 2 hours when I heard something moving parallel to us through the forest. Something big, keeping pace with us, but staying back in the heavier vegetation. I couldn't see it, just heard the occasional crack of branches, the sound of something pushing through the understory. Tito heard it too. He stopped, and we listened. Whatever it was stopped when we did. We started walking again, and it started moving again, matching our speed exactly. Tito told me to keep walking and not look back. He said it in this tone that made it very clear that he was serious. We walked for another 3 hours straight without stopping. The thing followed us the entire time, sometimes close enough that I could hear it breathing. Deep, rough breaths that didn't sound quite right. When we finally reached the boat, it was late afternoon. We all but threw our gear in and pushed off immediately. Tito started the motor, and we headed downriver. I looked back at the shoreline as we pulled away. There was something standing in the trees at the edge of the water, tall, covered in dark hair. I only saw it for a few seconds, before the river bent, and we lost sight of it. Tito saw it too. I know he did, because his hands were shaking on the motor handle. We didn't talk about it during the ride back. We didn't talk about it when we got there. He paid me for my time and told me to go home. I tried asking him about it a week later. He told me to forget what we'd seen. That was the last conversation we ever had about it. 2 months later, he moved to Ciudad Bolivar. I've done some research since then. The indigenous people in the Amazonas have stories about forest giants, beings that protect certain areas and don't particularly like humans coming too close. The Piaroa call them Chirihida. The descriptions vary, but there are common elements. Tall, hair-covered, bipedal. They don't attack directly, but they follow people. They watch. They make their presence known. I don't know if that's what we encountered. Tito clearly believes it was something he didn't want to meet again. He gave up hunting, gave up the jungle, gave up a way of life he'd had for 40 years. That tells me everything I need to know about how seriously he took whatever was out there. I haven't been back to the Amazonas since. I don't plan to go back. Some parts of the jungle belong to things that were there long before us, and I'm content to let them keep it. The cabin on Black Pine Ridge. I never meant to push that far. Henry and I had been following elk sign most of the day, each hoof print pulling us deeper into the country, where the trees crowded too close and the slope never seemed to give. The ridge was called Black Pine, though I didn't know it at the time. It didn't appear on any of the neat trail maps that they sell in the gear shops. That probably should have been warning enough. By late afternoon, the compass needle spun uselessly, circling like it couldn't make up its mind. Every game trail petered out in brambles or stone. The woods felt older and heavier, as though we'd slipped into some corner that didn't much like being found. The light drained faster there too, even though the sun was still above the peaks. That was when we saw the cabin. It sat in a shallow clearing, logs weathered to the color of old bone, roof sagging as if a snow load had caved it decades ago. The windows were black holes, the door half rotted, hanging limp from its hinges. Everything about it shouted abandonment. But when I pushed the door with the butt of my rifle, the smell that seeped out wasn't dead wood or mildew. It was warm. Wood smoke, faint but real. Inside, dust lay thick enough to hold a boot print, but there were none, only the soft, undisturbed film of decades. The rafters sagged, rot gnawed at the corners. In the hearth, beneath the crumbled gray drift of ash, a coal glowed red, just alive enough to pulse like an eye refusing to shut. Henry stared at it a long while. "Gotta be squatters," he whispered, but he sounded as unconvinced as I was. There was no gear, no bedrolls or wood stacked, no prints but ours. Just 2 chairs set by the fire, one a little farther back, the other nearer, angled almost toward where we stood. We should have left then. But the ridge was thick with dark, and neither of us wanted to stumble blind back the way we'd come. Shelter, after all, was shelter. So we spread our bedrolls against the wall, ate jerky without much appetite for it, and told ourselves it was just a cabin with a coal left burning by someone careless. I woke after midnight to the cold. The fire was out, nothing left but a faint glow where ash hid embers. But the door stood open a hand's width, letting in a thread of pine-scented night. My mouth went dry when I turned toward the chairs. The nearer one had shifted. It now sat a foot closer to where we lay. I nudged Henry awake. He swore he hadn't moved a thing. We closed the door, shoved it hard into the frame, and tried to believe that we had just been careless. Sleep came again, though restless. The second night it happened worse. I woke with the sense of being studied, as though some patience in the dark had finally leaned close. The fire had smoldered back to life. No wood, no fresh fuel, just ash that breathed like it wasn't done with us. The nearer chair sat closer still. Too close. And the door yawned wide. Not cracked this time, but fully open. I didn't wake Henry right away. I sat there in my bag, heart hammering, and watched that empty chair. I don't know what I expected to see. Someone easing into it, something standing behind it. But the longer I looked, the more I felt the shape of the room was wrong. It wasn't emptiness anymore. It was presence. By dawn, I had made up my mind. We were leaving. Henry did not argue. We packed quickly, shouldered our rifles, and found a game trail that bent down the slope. The compass was useless, spinning its lazy circles. So we trusted the sun and kept going, pushing through scrub until our arms were striped with scratches. By noon, we stumbled into a clearing. The same clearing. The same cabin slouched against the ridge, the same blind windows, the same door, ajar like it had been expecting us. Smoke, thin and colorless, rose from its chimney. Henry cursed loud enough to wake the mountain. We picked a different line, hacking straight down the slope, refusing the trails altogether. For hours we fought through brambles and stone. By the time we broke through into another open patch, sweat burning our eyes, our packs heavy, I almost laughed from relief, until I saw the cabin again. Same angle, same clearing, as though the mountain had turned us in its palm and set us right back where it wanted us. That was when the fear settled deep. We were not lost. We were kept. We tried again, each time taking a different way, north, then east, then west. Each time we circled back, always the same clearing. Always the same cabin. By late light, we gave up. The forest had made its decision. We went inside. The fire smoldered in the hearth again, though we'd seen it dead when we left that morning. The nearer chair had shifted farther forward, so close now it might as well have been waiting at the edge of where our bedrolls had been. Henry wouldn't look at it. He sat against the wall and muttered under his breath, like prayer or cursing, couldn't tell which. I lay down, staring at the door. I thought if it opened, I'd know. But when sleep dragged me under, I dreamed of nothing but the scrape of wood on wood, the slow drag of a chair's legs inching closer, closer. I woke with the dawn light angling through broken planks. The chair sat flush against my bedroll, the seat empty, the fire pulsing faintly. Henry would not speak. He just stared at the door, wide-eyed, as if waiting for something to walk in. We left again that morning, though I already knew it was pointless. The ridge does not let go. The trails only loop you back. The forest holds what it chooses. Somehow or another, we got out. Probably because the forest was done toying with us. But that cabin is still there. I can feel it. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I smell wood smoke. I hear the faint rasp of wood shifting on wood, and I know the chair has not stopped moving. It's still inching forward, night after night, toward the place where I sleep. Something Whispered My Name on the Trail by Anonymous. I was hiking on an old logging trail in the afternoon, just killing some time before sunset. About a mile in, I heard somebody quietly say my name from off to the left. I figured it was just another hiker messing with me, and I answered back, which was a mistake. The voice said my name again, in the exact same tone, from the same distance away, like it hadn't moved at all. I started walking faster, and it kept happening every few minutes. It was never any closer or farther away from me. I couldn't hear footsteps or see anybody through the trees. At one point, I stopped completely. And after a few seconds, it whispered my name again, but softer than before. I didn't respond anymore. I turned around and walked back out to the trailhead without looking into the woods once. Thankfully, the voice did not follow me out. The knock at Birch Hollow. I'm not usually the type to post stuff like this, but this happened last November outside Birch Hollow in rural Maine, and it's still really messing with my head. My boyfriend and I rented this old cabin for a long weekend away. It was late autumn, way past the leaf-peeping tourist season, but before the snowmobile people roll in, so the whole area felt like it was just waiting for nothing. Empty and not full of tourists, which is exactly the way we like it. The cabin was way off a service road. It was tucked behind a stand of bare birch trees. It was kind of cozy in the daytime, but it was a different story altogether at night. The first night, around 3:17 in the morning, we both jolted awake to a single knock at the door. It was like somebody was rapping their knuckles, but just once, and then they waited. We couldn't hear any footsteps or voices. It was just a single knock. We froze. My boyfriend whispered that maybe it was an animal bumping the porch, or maybe it was a woodpecker or something, but it didn't sound like that. You know when you hear something that sounds intentional, like it has intelligence behind it? That's what this was. One knock, and then nothing. Eventually we fell back asleep, or at least he did. I just stared at the ceiling until sunrise. The next night, same thing. 3:17 a.m., one knock. This time, we listened afterward, trying to hear someone walking away, but the woods were dead still. Even the wind had stopped. There was no crunch of snow or brush, nothing like that. By the third night, I was starting to get anxious in anticipation. I kept checking the time, waiting for it. When 3:17 did hit, the knock came right on cue. I swear the candle on the dresser flickered, like someone had walked past it, although admittedly it could have been a coincidence. We argued in whispers about whether to open the door. I wanted to call the rental owner, but we had no service. He thought we should just ignore it, but something about not knowing was really eating at me. It was like we were just letting something pace outside while we pretended it wasn't there. On the fourth night, it snowed. Not a lot, but enough to leave a fresh layer around the cabin. It was the same knock at the same time, and this time, we opened the door. The cold hit us hard. It was like stepping into a walk-in freezer. The porch was empty. The birch trees creaked a little, but that was it. We didn't see a person or an animal. We didn't hear anybody running off or hiding. But there were boot prints. Old ones, deep and crisp around the edges like they'd been frozen and thawed a few times. The weird part, though, is that the prints started at our door, like someone had just materialized there and then walked away into the tree line. There was no approach. There was no trail coming in. There were just prints leading out. We followed them with a flashlight, but they faded fast into the thicker snow under the trees. Honestly, neither of us wanted to go very far. Everything in me was screaming that we should not be out there. We closed up the cabin and sat in the living room with the lanterns on until morning. Neither of us slept. When we left on the last day, I checked around the porch again. The snow was undisturbed except for our own tracks loading the car. No prints returning to the cabin, and no sign that anyone ever came back. I told the rental owner about it over email. I figured she would think we were crazy or tell us we were making trouble. But she wrote back and said that we were lucky the knocking stopped, and then just never elaborated. I didn't ask her to. I really didn't want to know anything else about it. I still don't have any explanation for it, but it's something I'll think about probably for the rest of my life. The Shape by the Creek. This happened in 2018, somewhere near Mount Adams, Washington. My friend Eli and I were camping for a long weekend. No hookups, no service, just forest. We'd picked a dispersed site near a narrow creek that fed into the Klickitat River. I'd been out there before to hike, but never stayed overnight. The first day was uneventful. Just quiet, endless trees and the sound of water running over rocks. We fished a bit, cooked over the fire, and turned in early. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to what sounded like a boulder being dropped into the creek. It wasn't a splash like a fish or a branch. It was deep and heavy, like something big had been thrown. Eli mumbled that it was probably a bear, but it didn't sound like one. There was no snorting or crunch of paws. It was just the splash and then total silence. I lay there listening until I finally dozed back off. The next morning, we walked down to check it out. The creek was shallow, maybe knee-high, and there were several stones on the bank that looked freshly moved. Big ones, too heavy for one person, maybe too heavy for two. I thought maybe the current shifted them, but the water wasn't anywhere near that strong. That night, we sat up a little later. The woods felt kind of heavy. That pressing feeling everyone talks about before something weird happens. We were kind of half joking about forest giants when we both caught a smell like wet dog mixed with mud and something kind of metallic. It wasn't like dead and rotting, it was just off. A few minutes later, we heard a branch snap across the creek. This was not a twig, it was a full branch. And then breathing, slow and measured. We turned off the lantern and tried to listen. Something was pacing back and forth just beyond the tree line, breaking sticks every few steps. I could see a shape, tall and solid, no glow of the eyes, just mass blocking the darker dark behind it. It stayed there for maybe 10 minutes, and then it made this sound that was kind of like a mix between a growl and a scream without being either. It was almost like a person trying to yell underwater. Every hair on my neck stood up. Eli whispered, "We need to go." And I didn't argue. We packed whatever we could and tossed the rest in the truck and left before sunrise. The next morning, when we came back to grab whatever we'd left, just coolers and a tarp, we found footprints in the mud along the creek. Not clear, but definitely not boots. Really wide and long with a heavy heel and no defined toes. I've been in those woods my whole life. Hunters, elk, bears, even moose. I've seen them all, but I have never heard anything move like that or make that sound. Eli doesn't even camp anymore. I still do, but not anywhere near Mount Adams. And I don't sleep through creek sounds anymore either. The Watcher of Hemlock Forest. I work timber alone most days. Mark the cuts, flag the boundaries, note the snags that ought to stay up for habitat. The district calls it cruising, like I'm out for a drive. It's walking with a paint gun and a tape and a compass through country that wouldn't mind if you vanished into it. Hemlock Forest is not a tourist name. It's a stand that runs the length of a ridge and falls away and draws on both sides. Old road spurs rot back there. Ferns eat skid trails. On a good day, you can hear trucks from the highway like distant surf. On a bad one, the trees swallow sound, and you work inside your own breath. I started on a Monday, blue sky over mist, dew soaking my pants to the knee. I flagged the unit line with orange tape and hit a rhythm. Cite a line of travel, paint a slash, take a diameter at breast height, write it down. The hemlocks ran straight and tall. A few had lightning scars I could slide my hand into. I ate at a stump and thought about nothing. On the walkout, I caught sight of something carved into a trunk just off my line. Not a blaze, and it wasn't one of my marks. It was a circle with a cross inside of it. done deep and clean with a sharp tool. Too neat for kids and too careful for hikers. I logged it with a photo, dropped a pin on the GPS, and told myself that the recreation crowd got creative. People carve hearts and initials. It happens, so why not circles and crosses? Tuesday, I came back and picked up where I left off. I worked east, flagged a water course, listened to the radio's spit weather and dispatch chatter. Sometime after noon, I saw another carving. The same clean cut, but a different symbol. A kind of hooked letter, or maybe a deer track turned on its head. It hadn't been there Monday. I know that ground like a grocery aisle after multiple passes. By 3, my radio started throwing static. There was no report from dispatch, and there was no chatter. I swapped my batteries and it came alive and then died again, like someone had pulled a curtain across the frequency. The GPS glitched too. My position pin jumped 20 yards back, and then back to me, and then forward, and then back. The breadcrumb trail that I had left all day smeared into a kind of knot. The phone showed bars and then none. Compass needle ticked and turned and floated like a leaf in slack water. I don't spook easy in the daylight. I put the radio in my pocket and kept on. But I looked up more. I watched the understory for movement that wasn't wind. I marked trees with quick slashes instead of the careful ones that make the loggers happy. I didn't eat. The woods had the feel of a room where somebody else had just walked out. Wednesday, the symbols multiplied. I found them on a cedar at the unit edge, on a hemlock facing a draw, and on a wind-thrown fir that lay with its root ball ripped up like a bomb crater. All cut fresh. No sap bleed yet. No insect dust. The cuts were deep and smooth. Whoever made them knew how to keep a blade steady. I had tried to call it in. The radio gave me a voice for 2 words, then went to a hiss that sounded like breath. I took more photos. The phone battery bled out from full to 30 in an hour. The spare did the same. The GPS died clean as if I had flicked a switch. The compass needle spun slow and never quite settled. Around 4, the light changed. Dusk comes early under hemlock. It's not sunset. It's a kind of withdrawing. The green goes dark. The holes between limbs fill with gray. There's a point where you realize that you can't see the backs of things. I hit that point and made for the road spur I'd used as a trail in. I'd flagged it good on Monday. You could follow it with one eye closed. Halfway there, I saw him. I say him because my mind wanted a shape that I could name. He stood 3 trunks in from the skid. Not tall, maybe my height, but thick through the shoulders and hooded. The hood wasn't cloth. It looked grown. Bark and moss layered into something like a cowl, a tree's idea of a coat. He stood so still that I had to look at him through the corner of my eye to be sure that he was there at all. Straight on, he sank into the vertical lines of the stand. When I moved my head, he moved too. Not a step, just a weight shift, the way a tree will give a little under wind. There was no face that I could see, nor were there hands, just the suggestion of a man where the forest wanted one. I raised my hand without thinking, a peaceable gesture that people use in the field when they run into someone who isn't expecting company. He did not lift his. The hood tilted. The moss along it looked damp and smelled like rain. My radio popped once. A burst of syllables came through, chopped and wrong. The battery icon on the phone emptied. The compass needle flipped a sleepy circle. I turned and walked for the road spur. Not fast. I didn't want to run. I don't run in a forest if I can help it. The ground hides holes and the roots grab. The woods like people who panic. The air felt thick behind me. It wasn't like breath, it was like pressure. You know the sense you get when a truck comes up behind you too fast and you feel it more than you hear it? It was that. I kept my eyes on the flagging tape and forced myself to count steps. When I risked a glance back, the hooded shape had moved. It stood one trunk closer to the trail, still as before, as if it had grown there. I reached the spur. The woods opened into brush and alder. The sky showed itself in strips. I got a bar on the phone, enough for the clock to right itself. The radio went quiet in the honest kind of way that equipment does when it's out of range. I could smell dust on the road. I could smell my truck. I didn't look back again. I walked the last 100 yards with my keys already in my hand, foolish as that is out here. I wanted steel and glass around me. I wanted the doors shut. The truck sat in the pullout with alder buds tapping the windshield. It looked good, clean. The kind of reliable machine a man trusts more than he trusts other men. The first symbol was on the tailgate. Cut shallow but neat, dead center above the latch. The circle with the cross that I had found on Monday. Fresh. The aluminum puckered a little at the edges like a wound. My stomach dropped because metal doesn't take a blade the way wood does. Whoever carved it had time and a quiet place to work. The letters of the district were untouched, as if whatever did it had respect for government property but not for mine. I ran my hand over it. The edges were clean. There were no burrs or drag marks. Below it there were two more, hooked letters or antlers or something pretending to be both. The paint had been shaved away to the primer. The cuts caught the last light and held it. I walked around the truck. There were the same marks over the driver's door, faint but there. One carved into the plastic fender flare like fingernails pressed into skin. Another small one on the hood where only I would see it when I sat at the wheel and looked out across the washboard road. I opened the door and the dome light didn't come on. The battery was fine that morning, fine yesterday. The key turned without a click. Dead. The radio on the dash glowed for a second, then went black. I sat there with my hand on the wheel and listened to the forest breathe against the glass. I keep a jump pack behind the seat, for men who aren't me. I hooked it to the posts, and the truck, caught to life like a man pulled from deep water, gasps. The lights came up weak, then found themselves and burned steady. I half expected the symbols to shine under them, but they stayed dull and precise. I drove out slow. No need to kick up dust. No need to show fear to a place that understands it. At the gate, the battery light flicked on and then off. The radio asked for a code and then decided it remembered me. By the highway, my phone had 2 bars and a time that I recognized. The world came back in layers, like a man walking into a house and putting his coat on the hook and his keys on the table and his boots on the mat. Ordinary, clean. I parked under my apartment, and I stood with the engine ticking as it cooled. In the yellow of the streetlight, the cuts on the tailgate looked shallow and almost harmless. I could take it to a body shop and they could fill them. They could make it shine like it never happened. I didn't sleep. I thought about the hood that wasn't cloth. I thought about the compass turning like a coin in a glass. I thought about the way those symbols had walked off the trunks and onto my truck without leaving a trail in the air between. In the morning, I found one more. Small and careful. carved into the plastic of the steering column, right where my thumbs rest on the wheel. I didn't put it there. I don't think any person did. I'm back on office duty for a while, processing forms and maps and stacking notices for public comment. Hemlock Forest waits. The unit is still flagged. The marks I made are still there in paint that will fade by next year. But the other marks don't fade. They just show up where you didn't leave them. If you go out that way, don't look for the hood. Look for the symbols. They will find you first. The Vanishing Footsteps. I started before dawn to beat the heat that clings to the foothills by noon. The trail crossed a dry creek bed, climbed through sage and juniper. The Rockies rise like a wall there, gray teeth with snow still shelved in the far gullies, and the path threads a narrow way between rock and timber. I was aiming for a small lake in a cirque I'd seen from a distance. It wasn't on the glossy maps. Somebody had told me about it in a gear shop, the kind of place that sells old topo quads from a milk crate by the counter. The first miles were mine alone. My breath, my footsteps, the rustle of my pack strap. The sun came into the pines in bands. The air smelled like cold stone and sap. When I stopped to drink, there was the kind of quiet that makes you hear your own pulse. I'd hiked alone plenty, and knew the usual sounds. The dry scamper of a chipmunk, the clatter of a grouse blowing out of cover, the hollow thud of my boots finding roots. None of that bothered me. It's the sudden silence in a living place that makes the skin think. I heard the other steps just past the second switchback, where the trail cuts under a short cliff and then bends into a shaded draw. They were not my echoes. Echoes don't breathe and they don't scuff pine needles, and they don't keep the same pace as a man who doesn't want to be caught. But these did. 4 strides after mine every time. Heel toe, heel toe. I stopped and turned. It's an old trick. Animals come out when you go still. People hang back and give themselves away. Nothing moved. I could see 100 yards of trail back to the wall where the switchback climbed. A jay flicked from one snag to another, and the blue of it looked too bright. I waited long enough to feel foolish, and told myself it was just the forest adding its own sounds to mine. The dirt was dry and the needles lay thick. A place like that can hold 1,000 small noises and break them into patterns that feel like company. I walked on. The steps came again, soft but certain. Heel toe, and then a tiny slide like the weight of a foot, setting and shifting. When I stopped, they stopped. When I took one slow testing step, something behind me set its foot down almost in time, almost willing to be heard. I turned quick and called out, "Hey, coming up behind?" My voice went out along the draw and slid back to me. No reply. The air moved a little, not wind so much as the temperature equalizing between sun and shade. That's what I told myself. I kept a steady pace for the next mile, listening and trying not to be obvious about it. Every time the trail curved, I took the corner wide and glanced back down the open run. Nothing. Just my own tracks in the dust where the tread of my boot stamped a chevron pattern into the powder. The steps behind stayed with me. If I sped up, they did. If I slowed, they eased. I began to think of a dog running silent. I began to think of a cat. By the time the trail narrowed onto a ridge, nothing dramatic, just a little spine with a drop of 50 feet on the right and a couple of broken boulders on the left. The trees crowded close and reached over the path. The shade turned the dust into a dark film that held impressions. I kept looking for prints. Mine were there, clear and alone. Nothing else. That should have helped. It did not. Halfway along that ridge, something changed. The steps no longer came from the ground behind me. They came from above. Not loud or thumping. A weight moving along trunks and limbs, a careful pacing. Bark rasped, needles sifted. I felt peppery grit touch the back of my neck, and knew a branch had shed something right over me. I stopped and pressed my hand to the tree nearest the trail. The bark was cool and ridged. The crown of it met another crown, and that one met another. The canopy made a rough green tunnel. I didn't see anything, but there was the faintest minute stir, the way a body displaces air in a room. I wanted to say it was a squirrel. Squirrels don't weigh as much as a man. This did. The rhythm had the same measured patience as the steps that had kept pace below. If you've ever felt watched by something you can't name, you know the way the time stretches. Heat becomes a sound. The spine grows its own hearing. I told myself to move. Whatever it was, animal or person, I didn't want to be under it. On the far side of the ridge, the trail widened into a small saddle, where the soil held water in spring. Even in August, it was softer there. My prints sank deeper. I slowed to study them because they were comfort, proof of myself, of my weight, of the simple fact that the world takes an imprint when you press into it. They were still alone. I went toward the lake. The trees thinned. The path broke into open granite, where boot soles bite and chatter. On the slabs, the following steps grew faint, then stopped, as if whoever or whatever had been pacing me did not like the open. The silence that followed had a shape. I stood in it with my hand on a sun-warmed boulder, and could feel a choice forming. Keep to the plan and make the lake? Or turn back while the air still felt like day? I turned back. I can give you reasons. Monsoon buildups on the horizon, a headache starting behind one eye, a promise to be home for supper. But none of those are true. The truth is, I did not want to give that silence any more of me. Going down is faster. It's also worse for listening because everything rattles and breath rushes and the poles click when they touch stone. I kept glancing over my shoulder, across my own trail. Where the granite gave way to dirt again, I looked for anything but my prints. I found them at the saddle. Not new tracks, not a second set walking beside mine from earlier. My prints were doubled. Each one had a twin inside it, offset by the smallest fraction, and pressed a shade deeper. The chevron of my tread lay in itself like a stamp pressed twice. The edges of the second impression were crisp where mine had softened. Whoever stepped there had stepped after me. A person could do that, step in another's tracks to leave less sign. Hunters do it in snow. It takes practice and a certain malice if you're doing it to somebody who doesn't know that you're there. I crouched and looked harder. My heart ran fast. The second imprint was too perfect. It had found every angle of my weight. Heel first, then the ball, then the push of the toe. If you've ever watched your own stride on a treadmill and seen the same misalignment again and again, then you know what I mean. A shoe wears to a foot. The way I rolled inward, at the last instant, was there and repeated. It was like I was being mocked with a mirror. I stood up slow and let my breath out. "Okay," I said to nothing. Talking helped. I took 3 long steps forward in a patch of looser duff, then stopped and turned. My new prints sat clean as stamps. No doubling yet. The trees overhead creaked the way trees do when a little gust comes from a direction you didn't feel. I waited. A sprinkle of needles drifted down. Somewhere above, a weight shifted. The duff trembled, the way a table does when the person leaning on it adjusts an elbow. My front print deepened. Nothing touched it that I could see. The edges collapsed as if something had just found the exact hollow my foot had made and set its weight in it. I stepped backward and put my heel into that same print to ruin it. The air felt colder, and my scalp crawled. I made myself do something ordinary. I retied a lace. I drank from my bottle. I told the trees I wasn't afraid, and I was lying. The ridge wasn't far. I wanted the open sky for a minute. I kept moving and didn't look back until the trail narrowed again and the limbs closed over. The world above me had its own map, a grid of trunks and cross branches, a system of roots no boot sole could make. In that green loft, I saw nothing but layered needles and cones. I heard small sounds that could have been anything. I walked with my shoulders hunched against the idea of hands. When the path tilted up under the cliff band where I'd first heard the steps, I let myself stop. I turned and looked down the long straight run that I'd come up at dawn, the same run I had looked down earlier, when I was trying to catch whoever was behind me. On that clean sloped dirt lay a line of prints, mine, doubled from the saddle on, each one with its second shadow pressed inside it. They went away from me into the trees, until the distance made them a stippled dark. That was when the footsteps above me came on faster. Not a run or hurried, but close enough that I could feel them adjust to every motion I made. I put my hand to the rock at my left, and the rock felt like a thing that had watched and had no interest in interfering. I took a step, and something above took the same. There's a rhythm you get when you give up pretending you aren't afraid. It's a clean rhythm. Heel, toe, plant, breathe. I found it, and I held it. I told myself, again, that it was a cat, a person, a trick of sound. But the prints below told the story. Whatever was following did not want to leave its own mark. It wanted to wear mine. It wanted to move exactly as I moved so that the record on the ground would be a single line repeating itself, as if the mountain and I had agreed on a story in which only I existed. At the last switchback, I cut my stride wide and purposefully stepped off the trail into a small triangle of bare, sun-hardened soil that held shape like clay. I pressed my weight in and felt the give. I stood there longer than comfort allowed. Overhead, the pacing stopped. Something settled. The world went back to being all the things it had always been. Rock and tree and sky. And then, without any sound I could name, my footprint deepened again, from heel to toe, as if a careful weight had found the exact cradle I'd made and erased itself inside of it. I did not test it a second time. I did not look for a face in the limbs. I walked out the last of the miles with the sun off the ridges and the smell of dust rising around my ankles. The lot at the trailhead sat empty except for my car and a parked truck with a ticket booth on the dash. The wind had picked up down there, and the pines by the sign whispered in a way that sounded like actual wind. I knocked my boots together and watched the dirt fall. The chevron pattern in the soles looked ordinary and cheap. In the thin film of dust on my tailgate, my fingertip drew a single line and left it. I didn't check to see if it doubled. If you ask me what followed, I'll tell you I don't know. If you ask what it wanted, I'll tell you what I felt. It wanted me to be the only thing that had ever walked that path. It wanted to erase itself by becoming my echo. It moved on the ground until the ground failed it, and then it moved in the trees. and when the ground came back, it stepped into me again, like a hand finding the glove it's worn for years. That night, in my apartment with streetlight coming through the blinds and the refrigerator knocking in the quiet, I heard no footsteps. That's the worst part. Fear would be easier to manage if it kept to the script. What I had instead was the memory of weight. I fell asleep seeing my prints doubled all the way down that mountain, as if the forest had decided that my prints were a path it wanted to keep taking, long after I was gone. The cabin that wasn't there. I went backpacking with 2 friends last summer in western Montana, near an area that's popular with hikers, but still remote enough that you can go all day without seeing another person. We planned a 3-night loop through one of the valleys off the main trail. Nothing hardcore, just enough to feel like we had earned our freeze-dried dinners. The cabin was not supposed to exist. That's the part that still sits wrong with me after all this time. On the second afternoon, we were cutting through a stretch of thick pine where the tree line opened into this narrow valley. The place looked completely untouched. No fire rings or old foundations. Nothing to suggest anyone had ever stayed there. It felt almost too quiet, the way large empty places sometimes do. We were debating where to set up camp when my buddy Matt pointed and said, "How old do you think that place is?" I thought he meant a tree or a rock formation, but then I followed where he was pointing. There was a cabin tucked right against the rise of the valley wall. Small, maybe 1 room, with a slanted roof and a stone chimney. It was weathered in the way buildings get when the sun has bleached one side lighter than the other. It wasn't rotting, it was just there. None of us had seen it on the map. We had 2 phones, a GPS unit, and a paper map from the ranger station. Nothing showed a structure anywhere near where we stood. The whole valley was marked as unmaintained wilderness. We stood there for a minute, quiet, the way you do when your brain tries to reconcile something that shouldn't be real. We walked up slowly. There were no tracks around it, no path leading to the porch. The grass was long and untouched. That's one of the details that really bothers me. The grass was bent in places but not flattened, like something had brushed past it, not walked through it. I knocked on the door mostly out of habit, not expecting anything really, and got nothing back. The latch was one of those old iron kinds. It lifted too easily. The door swung open without a sound. Inside, the air was warm. It wasn't hot or stuffy, just recently used kind of warm. A small fire pit sat at the center of the room, with stones arranged carefully. Embers glowed a soft orange in the ashes. Not a raging fire, just enough that someone had banked them to last a while. Next to it, on a low wooden table, were 2 mugs. One was half full of tea, still faintly steaming, like it had been left minutes ago. The other had a wet tea bag draped over the rim. The beds, there were 2 narrow bunks, were unmade. Not in a messy way, but more like somebody got up for a moment and had planned to return. I didn't want to touch anything. None of us did. We stood close to each other, taking everything in, trying to figure out what would explain this. Hikers? Hunters? Maybe someone who lived off-grid? Except the place didn't feel lived in. It was like it had been staged to look lived in, but it just didn't feel like it. There were no food supplies or bags or boots drying by the fire, no tools, just the mugs and the embers and the bunks. The longer we stood there, the more wrong the cabin felt. It was like we were intruding into a room that we shouldn't be in, even though no one was home. Eventually we backed out. We didn't talk much around the fire that night. The whole thing sat on my nerves, like we'd wandered into someone else's unfinished moment. I kept replaying the tea in my head, still warm and steeping. Whoever had been there couldn't have gone far. But there were no tracks. There was no trail. There was nothing leading in or out. We decided the next morning to loop back toward the ranger station early. It was only about a day's hike away from where we were, and it felt like the right move. Matt said he wanted to tell someone because, quote, somebody's living out there and it's weird they're not on the map. He didn't say the rest, but I think we all felt it. It was beyond weird. It was completely wrong. You know that uncanny valley feeling when you look at someone or a drawing of someone and it's just off? That's exactly how this whole thing felt. It truly felt like somebody had set the whole place up to look like someone lived in it, but forgot all the important details that any normal person would know to include. We reached the station around mid-afternoon and told the ranger about the cabin. At first he thought we meant an old trapper shack or hunting blind, but once we described the chimney and the bunks and the layout, he shook his head. "There's nothing like that in the valley," he said. "Hasn't been anything built out there since, the 50s. We insisted. He finally agreed to hike out with us the next morning to check, even though he seemed more irritated than concerned. I think he assumed that we stumbled across some old ruins and we were exaggerating things. We led him back through the tree line to the clearing. But I bet you know what comes next. The clearing wasn't a clearing anymore. The valley looked the same in shape and in terrain and in everything, except the spot where the cabin had been was nothing but tall grass and undisturbed earth. There were no foundation stones or ash pit or chimney rubble, no signs of a fire. The ground didn't even look turned. It truly was like the place had never existed. The ranger looked at us with that pitying expression people get when they're way too polite to tell you that you're lying or crazy. He made a couple of notes in his pocketbook anyway, probably just to humor us, and told us that if we remembered the coordinates to stop by before we left the area. And then he hiked out ahead of us, clearly done with the whole conversation. I'm pretty sure that note said something like, "Two batshit hikers," something to tell the guys later. We walked the valley twice more just to be sure, but nothing. There wasn't a single sign. Even the grass where the porch had stood, long, unbroken, swaying in the breeze like nothing had ever been there. On the last night of the trip, I kept thinking about those half-finished mugs, the warmth in the air, the embers that had not fully died. I know what I saw. We all know what we saw. But the weirdest detail hit me a few days later when I was unpacking at home. The cabin had smelled clean and light, almost like early spring air. It didn't smell earthy, or stale, or abandoned. A friend asked me if maybe we had stumbled onto some kind of historical reconstruction or a field lab. But those leave gear and signs and footprints. Something. This cabin had left nothing, except for the sense that someone should have been there, that someone had just stepped out for a moment and expected to return. Whoever they were, they didn't. And I still think about this. If the cabin could be there one day and gone the next, then maybe it wasn't a place that someone lived at all. Maybe it was a place that someone got stuck. And maybe we can get stuck too. The fog. This happened last April, and I'm still not sure quite what to make of it. I was doing a section hike on the Appalachian Trail through the Smokies, planning to knock out about 30 miles over 3 days. I was on a solo trip, which I know some people say is stupid, but I've been hiking alone for over a decade, and I've never had any real major issues. I'd started at Newfound Gap and was heading northeast toward Charlie's Bunyan. Day 1 went pretty smooth. The weather was nice and it was moderate crowd size, It was a weekday after all. I camped at Icewater Springs Shelter and had a really good night's sleep. Although there was some jerk that set up way too close and played music until almost midnight, but jerks aside, I had a pretty good night. On day 2, things started out great. Clear skies, 60 degrees, crisp mountain air. Exactly why I wanted to be out there. I broke camp early, and I was making good time toward the Boulevard Trail junction. The plan was to hit Charlie's Bunyan for the views, and then continue on to Peck's Corner Shelter for the night. I was, 2 miles out from the shelter, when I noticed the fog starting to roll in from the east. It's not unusual for the Smokies. They don't call them the Smoky Mountains for nothing, after all. These ridges generate their own weather systems, and fog can appear out of nowhere, even on clear days. But this fog was weird from the beginning. First off, it was moving wrong. Normal fog either drifts with the wind or settles into the valleys. This stuff was flowing uphill against a light breeze, threading between trees like it had a mind of its own. It was thick and gray-white, and if I didn't know any better, I would have said it was moving with a purpose. I stopped to watch it approach, figuring I would wait a few minutes to see if it would pass by. Instead, it surrounded me in about 30 seconds flat. One moment, I could see 100 yards in every direction. The next, I could barely make out the trail blazes on the nearest trees. The temperature dropped at least 15 degrees instantly, not the gradual cooling you get with normal fog. This was like stepping into a freezer. My breath started fogging even though it had been perfectly comfortable seconds before. And that's when I realized how quiet everything had gotten. The forest sounds, birds, insects, even the distant hum of traffic from the valley were all gone. It was just this muffled silence, like being wrapped in thick blankets or having earmuffs on. Even my footsteps sounded weird. I pulled out my headlamp, even though it was only mid-afternoon. The beam barely penetrated 10 feet into the fog before getting scattered back at me. But I could still make out the white blazes marking the ATs, so I kept moving. I figured I'd push through to higher ground where the fog might thin out. Except the trail just didn't feel right. I know this section of the AT pretty well. I've done it 6 times over the years. The trail from Icewater Spring to the Boulevard Junction is straightforward, mostly level ridge walking with a few minor ups and downs, but nothing complicated. But I kept hitting turns and switchbacks that should not have been there. Sharp bends to the left where the trail should have curved right. Steep climbs where the path should have been flat. I would check my compass and GPS, but both of them were acting up. The compass needle kept swinging wildly, and my GPS could not get a signal lock. The blazes were still there, though. Standard white rectangles painted on trees, exactly like they should be. So I kept following them, figuring that my memory was playing tricks on me, or maybe there had been some trail relocations since my last visit. After about an hour of walking through this soup, I started to get the weirdest sensation. It felt like something was walking alongside me, just outside my vision in the fog. Not following me, but like walking with me, keeping pace. When I would stop, it would stop. When I would speed up, it would match my pace. I called out a few times, thinking maybe another hiker was nearby, but I never got a response. But the feeling of companionship remained. I wouldn't call it threatening, but present, like having a hiking partner who wasn't interested in conversation. The really weird part was how the fog almost seemed to guide me around obstacles that I couldn't see. I'd be walking along and then suddenly feel the urge to step left or right, just in time to avoid a fallen tree or a rock that I couldn't have spotted until I was right on top of it. It happened so smoothly I almost didn't notice it until later. At one point, I came to what felt like a major trail junction. multiple paths branching off in different directions, all with proper blazes. This definitely wasn't right. There should not be any significant junctions in this section. I stood there trying to figure out which way to go. And in that moment, I felt a gentle pressure on my left shoulder, like somebody placing their hand there to guide me. It wasn't forceful, nobody was shoving me. It was more like a suggestion. I looked, but I didn't see anything except the fog. The pressure remained until I started down the leftmost path, and then it faded. This kept happening. Whenever I would hesitate or seem uncertain, I would feel that light touch, guiding me one direction or another. It was always gentle, kind of like having a patient friend show you the way without speaking. I walked for what felt like hours through that fog. I should have reached the Boulevard Trail junction long ago, but the blazes kept leading me forward through terrain that did not match my mental map at all. I started to worry that I had somehow gotten completely turned around. Maybe I'd ended up on a side trail or an old logging road. And then, as suddenly as it had first appeared, the fog lifted. It didn't dissipate gradually either, like normal fog does. It withdrew, like a curtain. Within minutes, I was standing in brilliant afternoon sunlight on a perfectly familiar section of trail. I was at Charlie's Bunyan. Not near it, I was standing right at the overlook, with that incredible view of the Tennessee Valley spread out below. The problem was I should have been at least 3 miles away from this spot based on where I'd started and how long I'd been walking. And I had approached from totally the wrong direction. My GPS fired right back up and showed my location as clear as day. According to the track log, I had somehow covered almost 8 miles in the time I thought I'd walked maybe 3. But the weird part was the route it showed. A straight line through areas where there's no trail at all. I spent another hour or so at the overlook, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I checked my watch and my GPS. I even called my wife to confirm what time it was. Everything matched up except for the completely impossible distance I'd covered and the route that I had supposedly taken. The fog was completely gone by then. It was normal spring weather, with a light breeze and scattered clouds. I ended up hiking back to Newfound Gap that evening, instead of continuing to Peck's Corner. I didn't feel like spending another night on the trail after whatever that was. The return hike was totally normal. Familiar trail, normal weather. I've been back to the Smokies a couple of times since then, and I have been back to that same section of trail, but I've never experienced anything like that again. Sometimes I wonder if I got heat exhaustion or altitude sickness and imagined the whole thing. But my GPS didn't get that, and I sure as hell didn't imagine covering 8 miles of non-existent trail. So I did some research, and there are some strange experiences out there in the Smokies. It turns out there's a very long history of people reporting helpful spirits or guides in the mountains. Cherokee stories about forest beings who help lost travelers find their way. Some of the old-timers call them trail angels, but not the human kind. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe I got lost in that fog and something helped me find my way to safety. Or maybe the fog itself was the guide, steering me away from some danger that I never saw, but would have. All I know is that for 3 hours I was not alone on that trail. Something was looking out for me, making sure that I ended up where I needed to be. And you know, it's not the worst paranormal story that could ever happen to a solo hiker in the middle of nowhere. The Strange Fire. I've been camping and hiking for over 20 years, and I thought I'd seen everything the wilderness could throw at me. But what happened to me in the Gila National Forest last October still has me questioning what I actually experienced out there. I was on a solo backpacking trip through the Gila wilderness, planning to spend 5 days hiking some of the more remote sections near the middle fork of the Gila River. It's some of the most isolated country in New Mexico, thousands of acres where you can go days without seeing another person, or even evidence that people exist. I'd hiked about 12 miles in from the Gila Cliff Dwellings trailhead and set up camp in a decent spot near the river. It wasn't anything fancy, just a flat area with good water access and some protection from the wind. The weather had been pretty much perfect. Clear desert skies, warm days, cool nights. Exactly what you want for late fall camping in the high desert. This was my third night out, and I had gotten into a pretty good routine. Up at sunrise, coffee and breakfast by the river, day hiking to explore side canyons and old mining ruins, back to camp by evening for dinner and an early bedtime. I hadn't seen another person since leaving the trailhead. I was sitting by my campfire around 8 p.m., reading by headlamp and enjoying the complete silence of the desert night. There was no traffic noise, no human sounds at all. Just the occasional owl or coyote call echoing off the canyon walls. That's when I noticed another light across the valley. At first I thought it might just be another camper's fire, but that didn't really make a lot of sense. I was in the middle of the designated wilderness area, miles from any established trail or camping spot. Plus, the light was coming from what looked like the middle of a steep slope, covered in pinyon pine and juniper. Not the kind of place anyone would choose to set up camp even if they could. The fire, because that's definitely what it looked like, was maybe half a mile away and maybe 200 feet higher in elevation than my campsite. Bright orange flickering light, clearly visible through the scattered trees. It looked like a good-sized campfire, the kind that would throw light and heat for a decent radius. I watched it for probably 10 minutes, trying to figure out what I was seeing. There was no access road anywhere near that area, no trail that I knew of. It would have taken serious bushwhacking through rough terrain to get to that spot with camping gear and enough wood to build a fire that size. My first thought was that maybe someone else was doing the same kind of wilderness camping I was, and had just chosen a very inconvenient spot. But the more I thought about it, the less that made sense. Why struggle up that slope when there were plenty of better camping spots down by the river? I got my binoculars out and tried to get a better look at the fire. Through the lenses, I could see the flames clearly, but I couldn't make out any sign of people or camping equipment around it. There was no tent or gear, no movement, just a fire burning by itself in the middle of nowhere. That's when I started getting that uneasy feeling. Fires do not just exist on their own. Someone has to build them, tend them, feed them wood. But this fire looked like it was burning without any human involvement. I decided to investigate in the morning. The terrain between my camp and the fire was rough, but manageable in daylight, and I was curious enough about what I had seen to be willing to make the climb. But when I woke up the next morning and looked across the valley, there was no sign the fire had ever been there. I got my binoculars out again and scanned the slope carefully. I couldn't even identify exactly where the fire had been burning the night before, because there was literally nothing there. I decided to hike over there anyway. It took me about 2 hours of steady climbing to reach the general area where I thought the fire had been. The terrain was exactly what I had expected. Rocky slope covered in scattered trees and desert scrub. But there was absolutely no sign that anyone had ever been there. There was no fire ring or ashes or charred wood, no footprints, no disturbed vegetation, not a singular trace that any human had ever set foot in that area. The ground was covered in that undisturbed layer of pine needles and desert debris that accumulates over a long time of being left alone. I spent over an hour searching that slope, looking for any evidence of the fire I had seen. Nothing. It was like I had imagined the whole thing, except I knew that I hadn't. The fire had been real, bright enough to see clearly from a half-mile away, burning for at least the 10 minutes I had watched it. I hiked back to my camp, confused and a little bit unsettled. That evening, I made sure to keep an eye on the same area where I had seen the fire, but it was just the dark forest like you'd expect. But on my last night in the wilderness, it happened again. It was a different location this time, maybe a mile downstream from my camp, up on the opposite canyon wall. The same kind of bright campfire, burning in the middle of terrain that would be nearly impossible to access without camping gear, and maybe even climbing gear this time. This time I watched it for almost an hour. The fire burned steadily, never seeming to get smaller or need more fuel. There was no smoke that I could detect either, even though there was barely any wind. And again, there was no sign of people or equipment around it. I tried taking pictures with my camera, but the fire was too far away and too dim compared to my campfire for the shots to turn out. When I looked at them later, they just showed darkness where the fire should have been. The next morning, I hiked out to my car. On the drive back to Albuquerque, I kept thinking about those fires. 2 different nights, 2 different locations, both in places where no reasonable person would ever make camp, both burning without any apparent source of fuel or human involvement. I've done some research since then on the history of the Gila Wilderness. Lots of mining activity in the late 1800s and early 1900s, plenty of old camps and settlements that are long abandoned. Apache history going back centuries before that, of course. But nothing that I have found explains mysterious fires appearing and disappearing without any physical trace. Part of me thinks that maybe I was seeing some kind of natural phenomenon, phosphorescent gases or something geological that I don't understand. But those fires looked exactly like wood fires, complete with flickering flames and the right color of light. Another part of me wonders if I was seeing something much older than mining camps or Apache settlements. The Gila is ancient country, and there are places out there that feel like they've been watching humans come and go for thousands of years. Maybe some things leave impressions that just replay under the right conditions. I'm planning another trip to the Gila next spring, but I'm not sure I want to camp in the same area. I think sometimes mysteries are better left alone. The desert keeps its secrets, probably for good reasons. I woke up to someone breathing outside my tent. By Maria. I was camping alone during a cold snap. I was zipped fully into my tent and all layered up. Sometime in the night, I woke up. At first, I couldn't figure out why, but then I heard the sound of breathing, like right next to my head. It was really slow and steady, almost like somebody was trying not to be heard. And then I could see the faint fog, like puff against the side of the tent with every breath. I froze and just listened. I figured if I moved or acknowledged it, it would just make it worse. The breathing stayed that way for a really long time, and then it just slowly stopped. I never heard anybody walk away, but I just stayed awake until sunrise, just staring at the tent wall. When I finally unzipped it, there were 0 tracks. I don't camp in cold weather anymore. I heard someone asking for help from the river. I was fishing along a remote stretch of river where I hadn't seen another human being all day. I was reeling in my line, and all of a sudden I heard someone yell help from downstream. It sounded kind of strained, like somebody trying not to panic, so I ran toward the sound, but when I got to where it should have been, the riverbank was empty. I didn't see any footprints or disturbed mud or anything in the water. So I was standing there, kind of confused, looking around and trying to figure out where the sound had come from. A few seconds later, I heard help again, but it was in the same voice, and it was the same distance, like it hadn't moved. I shouted back and asked where they were, but the voice never answered me directly, it just kept repeating the same word. The river was calm enough that I would have seen it if somebody was struggling. And then, for some reason, I just started to think about the bear scene in Annihilation. If you know, you know. And I was like, I don't think I want to be here anymore. So I backed away instead of following the sound farther downstream, and I just ran back to camp. I suppose it wasn't really camp, but where I had set up to fish, and I left. I left feeling really guilty, but I also wasn't super sure that whatever I had heard needed rescuing. I kind of had the feeling that if I had followed it, I would need rescuing. Anyway, hopefully it was just a fluke, or it was something I should have run from. I never heard about anybody dying out there or drowning or anything, so I still don't really know. The unspoken warning. So this happened about 3 months ago. And I've never been able to make sense of it, so maybe one of you can. I've been hiking solo for years, and I've done sections of the Appalachian Trail. I've spent weeks in the Rockies, you name it. But I never had anything weird happen until this trip to the Ozarks. I was doing a 4-day backpacking loop in the Buffalo National River area, part of the Ozark National Forest. It's not the most popular spot compared to some of the bigger parks, which is exactly why I picked it. I wanted solitude. Just me in the woods for a few days to clear my head after a brutal work project. The first 2 days went fine. The weather was mild for October and the trails were in good shape. I barely saw another soul. I planned my route using some older USGS maps that I'd picked up at a garage sale, figuring they'd be fine since the main trails don't change much. That was my first mistake. On day 3, I was following what should have been the Ponca Creek Trail when I came across this trail marker that stopped me cold. It was one of those standard wooden posts you might see, well, everywhere. It was about 4 feet tall with the typical carved arrow and trail name. Except someone had gone to town on this thing. The entire surface was covered in symbols. Not graffiti, not random scratches either, but very purposeful symbols carved deep into the wood. They almost looked runic, but wrong, like someone had tried to copy ancient writing from memory and got it twisted. The original trail information was totally obliterated, and you couldn't make out a single letter of the trail name or see which direction the arrow pointed. So that was great. I stopped and studied it for a good 10 minutes. The carving work was extensive. I mean, it had to have taken somebody hours. But the symbols had a pattern, a flow to them that suggested meaning even though I couldn't read them. And, perhaps most unsettling, they were fresh. The wood inside the cuts was still pale, not weathered gray like you'd expect from something that had been there for months. That was when I noticed how quiet everything had gotten. I mean dead silence. There were no birds or insects, not even wind. Even my own footsteps seemed muffled. The forest had just stopped. I've spent enough time in the woods to know that complete silence usually means something's wrong. predators are nearby or a storm is coming, something that puts wildlife on edge. I checked my GPS, but the signal was garbage under the canopy. My paper map showed the trail continuing straight for another 2 miles before branching off toward my planned campsite. Simple enough. I took a photo of the defaced marker, more out of curiosity than anything, and kept walking. And that's when this low-level unease began. Like when you know someone's watching you but you can't see them. I kept glancing over my shoulder and scanning the tree line, but I didn't see anything. Still, the feeling kept building. This growing certainty that I was walking into something I shouldn't. The trail itself looked fine, though. Well-maintained, clearly marked with standard blazes on the trees. But something felt fundamentally wrong about the whole situation. It's kind of hard to explain without sounding insane. But it was like the whole forest was conspiring together to try to tell me to turn around. About a mile past the carved marker, I found another one. Same deal, completely covered in those weird symbols. The original information, illegible. This time I didn't stop to examine it. The wrongness was getting stronger and pressed against me, and my gut was screaming to get out of there. I'm not typically the type to abandon a planned route because of some bad vibes. I've pushed through plenty of uncomfortable situations in the backcountry. But this was different. This felt like standing on train tracks and hearing a whistle in the distance. That primal warning that something bad was coming. Fast. The third marker appeared maybe half a mile later, and that's when I finally listened to whatever was trying to warn me off. This one was different. The symbols were not just carved, they were burned into the wood, black and deep, and they were still warm. I could feel heat radiating off of them when I held my hand close. Fresh burns, probably made within the last hour or two. And that did it. I don't care how crazy it sounds, but every single instinct I had was telling me to get the hell away from that trail. I turned around and hiked back the way I'd come, moving faster than I probably should have with a full pack. But the weird thing is, as soon as I passed that first defaced marker heading back, the forest came alive again. Bird calls and insects and normal woodland sounds returned, and that oppressive feeling lifted like someone had opened a window in a stuffy room. I ended up taking a totally different route to my campsite, adding an extra 5 miles to my day, but still getting there before dark. I spent the night wondering if I had overreacted, but I felt fine and slept fine, and the next morning everything felt normal again. But when I got home, I tried to research the symbols. I posted the photos onto a few forums and even reached out to some archaeology professors at our local university. Nobody could identify them definitively, but one professor mentioned that they resembled protective wards from various folk traditions, symbols meant to keep people away from dangerous areas. That got me digging into the history of that particular section of the Ozarks, and it turns out there were several unexplained disappearances in that area over the past decade. Experienced hikers who just vanished without a trace. Search and rescue found their campsites intact, their gear still there, but no sign of the people themselves. The most recent had been just 6 months before my trip. A guy from Little Rock doing a solo hike, similar route to mine. They found his camp, but never him. The article mentioned that the other hikers had reported unusual trail markers in the area around the same time. I've been back to the Ozarks twice since then, but I have stayed well clear of that trail. Part of me wonders if I should report the defaced markers to the Forest Service, but I don't really want anyone else walking into whatever I walked away from. Maybe those symbols really are warnings. Maybe someone or something was trying to keep people away from that area for good reason. All I know is that for the first time in my hiking career, I trusted my gut over my pride, and I'm pretty sure that decision kept me from becoming another unsolved disappearance statistic. The photos I took came out blurry, by the way. every single one. The camera worked just fine before and after, but those particular shots are just illegible smears. Make of that what you will. I followed a trail marker that wasn't on any map. By Jessica. I was hiking with a printed map and GPS, so I wasn't too worried about getting lost. At a fork that I didn't recognize, I saw this wooden trail marker nailed to a tree, which was pointing to my left. The trail that it pointed to looked pretty well maintained, so I figured I would follow it. After about 10 minutes, my GPS said that I was not on any marked trail. I turned around to go back, but that's when I realized that the trail behind me looked narrower and a lot different than it had before. And when I reached the fork again, the marker that had been pointing left was gone. I stood there much longer than I should have, but I was just trying to line everything up with the map. Eventually, I found the main trail by backtracking, but it took a really long time. Later that day, I checked, and there's no record of that fork anywhere. I still think about how confident I felt following that sign, and I'm just really glad I made it out. My GPS kept sending me back to the same clearing. By Lucas. I was doing this long solo hike and relying on my phone's GPS to track my route. After a while, I realized I had passed the same open clearing like 3 different times. Every single time I checked the map, it would show me heading in a different direction. The clearing itself just felt really, kind of icky. Like it was too quiet. It had a hollow kind of feeling. I tried to ignore the GPS and I started using landmarks instead, but I still ended up back there. On the 3rd pass, I noticed that the grass was flattened where I had already stood for a while looking at the map or the GPS. My phone buzzed with a reroute notification, even though I hadn't changed paths. That's when I shut it off completely. I picked a direction and walked without stopping. Fortunately, it worked. I didn't look at my GPS again until I was back at my car. Still can't tell you what that was all about, but I'm really glad that I got out of there. Something Scratched All Night on the Cabin Walls by Michael R. I was guiding a buddy from out of province on a late winter hunting trip in the Yukon. We weren't after anything serious, mostly snowshoe hare, maybe ptarmigan. The point was just to get him out of the city and into the woods. We planned 2 nights out. I knew of an old trapper's cabin near Ross River. Nothing fancy, but 4 walls and a roof. By the time we snowshoed in, the sun was already setting. The cabin looked like I remembered. Rough logs, tin roof patched in places, small potbelly stove inside. We stacked our packs, got a fire going, and cooked a couple freeze-dried meals. It was quiet out there. The kind of quiet you really only get in the deep cold, where even the trees seem frozen into stillness. We turned in early. My buddy took the cot. I rolled out a bag on the floor, and the fire burned low. I woke to scratching. It started soft. Honestly, it sounded like a mouse in the wall, so that's what I thought it was. But the sound traveled. There was these long strokes dragging across one side of the cabin, and then it would move over to another. It wasn't the frantic scramble of an animal, but deliberate, steady lines. I held my breath. The noise circled from the back wall to the side, and then up toward the roof. My buddy stirred and whispered, "What's that?" I didn't answer because I didn't know. The scratching grew louder. It sounded like claws against wood. It was slow enough that I could hear each groove being drawn, and then there would just be silence. We stared at the ceiling and waited. A minute later, the roof groaned, heavy weight shifting above us, snow sliding down in clumps. And then the scratching began again, right overhead. The stove fire threw weak light across the room. I pulled my rifle closer, but didn't move otherwise. The sound traveled the length of the roof, scraping, and then dropped down the far wall, like something had crawled off the top and was working its way around again. We whispered about what it could be. Wolverine, maybe, but too heavy. Bear, but they would be hibernating. And anyway, a bear wouldn't move that quietly. Around 3 a.m, the scratching stopped. No more weight on the roof. It was just silence, cold and heavy as always. But we didn't sleep. At first light, I opened the door. Fresh snow covered the ground, except for the cabin perimeter. There, pressed deep into the drifts, were tracks. They were not paw prints. They were too long and too narrow for that. Each ended in sharp points that were kind of like claws, but spread wide. Maybe 4 or 5 per mark. The tracks circled the cabin completely, loop after loop, and then trailed off into the trees. We packed fast. We didn't even bother with breakfast. By mid-afternoon, we were back at the truck. My buddy never asked to come hunting again. I've been in those woods plenty since, but I don't use that cabin anymore. And I don't like the sound of claws on wood, even if it's just a squirrel. The Haunted Cabin. I rented a secluded cabin near Lake Tahoe last winter after a brutal stretch of work and burnout. It was one of those listings advertised as perfect for solitude, which I realize now was a red flag disguised as a selling point. There were no neighbors, and cell service was pretty much non-existent. Just pines taller than buildings, and a lake that looked black once the sun dropped. The first 2 nights were pretty peaceful. Cold, but peaceful. I slept better than I had in months. No traffic or stupid notifications or noisy people. Just wind and trees. Night 3 was when the knocking started. It was around 1 a.m. The sound was pretty soft at first. 3 knocks, slow and spaced apart. For a second, I thought it might be a woodpecker. I sat up and blinked into the darkness. The cabin had these big windows that faced the forest, but everything outside was pitch black. The nearest cabin was miles away. I didn't move, just tried to listen, and then it came again. 3 knocks in the same rhythm, from the same spot, the front door. I realized the knocking was too soft to be a woodpecker. Usually those things are louder than anything. They're very sharp knocks, but this was soft, like somebody was trying to be polite. I told myself all the stupid irrational things you tell yourself when you're trying to calm down. It was an animal, maybe a bear, maybe something brushed against the wood. But I knew in my heart that the knocks were too neat and intentional to be any of that. I got up and grabbed the flashlight and cracked the front door open. There was nothing out there. Just trees and darkness and the faint hush of snow settling onto branches. The beam of my flashlight didn't catch eye shine or movement or anything. The porch was totally empty. I shut the door fast and locked it. The knocking did not come back that night, but the next night it did, this time at 12:47 a.m., which I remember because I checked the clock. It was the same precise 3 knocks. I tried to ignore it, pulled the covers over my head like a little kid, but it kept going every 10 minutes or so. Whatever it was patient and very persistent. At one point, I heard what sounded like knuckles dragging slowly down the wood. By morning, I was exhausted. The third night, the knocking started earlier, 11:23 p.m. 3 knocks, and then a pause, and then 2 more closer together. I stood at the door for a long time, hand on the deadbolt. I don't know what I expected, but something in me needed to look. I opened the door in one quick motion. The forest stared back. My breath fogged in the freezing air, snow glittered around the porch, but nothing moved. And that's when I noticed something that made my skin crawl. The knocking hadn't come from the door. It sounded like it came through it, like someone standing exactly where I was now. I shut the door slowly. That night, I slept on the couch with the fireplace lit. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of footsteps on the porch. Soft ones, barely there, like someone walking slowly across old wood, testing the boards. And then the knocking started again. But this time it was at the window. 3 soft taps, right at the glass behind me. My whole body went cold. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I stared at the fireplace, while my pulse banged in my ears. I finally forced myself to turn around. But all I saw was my own reflection, faintly superimposed over the darkness outside. The window pane frosted slightly at the bottom. But the tapping continued. Now it wasn't on the glass. It was on the wall beside it. A slow, wandering tap, like knuckles moving over something textured. I grabbed my keys and left before the sun was up. I didn't necessarily pack, I just threw everything together and into my car. I didn't check out. I just drove until my phone finally got signal. When I called the rental owner, I didn't tell him all the details, just that something about the cabin didn't feel safe. He sighed, not in a way that would suggest he was mocking me or anything, but almost in a way that made it obvious I wasn't the first person to say that. About a week after returning home, the owner finally emailed me. In my rush, I had left some things behind, which of course I figured out after I got home. At that point, I figured they could keep it. But he did say the cleaning crew found all my stuff untouched, except for one thing. My jacket was folded neatly on the couch, and sitting on top of it, in the dead center, was a small pile of snow, right where my head had been the night the tapping reached the window. I don't know what it means, but I don't want that jacket back either way. There Was Someone in the Background of My Photos by Marcus L. I did a short solo backpacking trip and took photos along the trail just to pass the time. Nothing felt off while I was out there. It was just quiet and kind of boring, but in a good way. When I got home and dumped the photos onto my computer, I noticed a shape behind me in one of them. It looked like a person standing between 2 trees, way farther back than anyone should have been. I checked the next photo, maybe 30 seconds later, at least that's when I took it, and the shape was closer. I don't remember hearing anybody walking. I didn't hear any branches breaking. In the last photo before I packed up, it was gone. I zoomed in until the image got grainy, and I just felt sick to my stomach. I deleted the whole folder, and ever since then, I really hate being photographed from behind. The forest went completely silent. By Anonymous. I took a shortcut off the main trail because it looked pretty harmless on the map. The second I stepped off the path, every sound just dropped out. I couldn't hear a single bird, even the wind. It was like somebody had pressed a mute button. I could hear my own breathing, and it was way too clear in all the silence, which gave me a bit of a panic attack. I tried to calm down and I took a few more steps, and I felt this pressure in my ears, like altitude. When I stepped back onto the trail, all the sounds came back at once. I tested it again, stepping off and then back on, and it kept happening. I didn't go more than a foot into the trees after that. I finished up the hike fast, and I didn't explore anything else that day. Even now, I stick to the marked trails without exception. I saw something in the Porcupine Mountains that was not a bear. By Marcus T. So this happened in October 2023, and I still don't know what to make of it. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I'm just putting it out there because I need to tell someone who isn't going to look at me like I've lost it. I'd been planning this trip to the Porcupines for months. The Porcupine Mountains are way up in the western Upper Peninsula, right on Lake Superior. It's proper wilderness up there. Not the kind of state park where you're sharing trails with strollers and people walking their dogs. I wanted to do the Lake of the Clouds overlook and then hike down into the valley, maybe camp near the Carp River. I'd done plenty of solo trips before. I'm comfortable in the woods. I know what I'm doing. The weather was perfect that first day. Cold but clear, leaves mostly down. I got to the overlook around noon, and yeah, it's as gorgeous as everyone says. The escarpment drops off, and you can see the whole valley stretched out below. All these ridges covered in forest going on forever. Took my photos, ate a sandwich, started down. The trail gets steep, fast. Your knees feel it. But it's well marked, and I made good time. I was planning to camp somewhere along the river that night, and then loop back the next day. By 4 or so, I found a decent spot. Flat ground near the water, a good distance from the trail. I set up my tent and got my bear hang sorted and made dinner, standard stuff. I'm not going to say I heard something weird that night because I didn't. I slept fine and woke up around 7 when it was light enough to see. And that's when things got strange. My campsite looked normal. Everything was where I had left it. But there were tracks in the dirt around my tent that definitely had not been there the night before. Big tracks. I'm talking probably 14 inches long, maybe more. They were shaped wrong for bear tracks, though. Bears have that distinctive toe pattern, and these were different. The toes were longer. The overall shape was more human-like, but scaled up. I've seen bear tracks plenty of times. These weren't bear tracks. I told myself it was probably just a weird print. Maybe where a bear stepped funny on the dirt, or the dirt was soft in a way that distorted things. I took a few pictures on my phone. The prints circled my tent maybe twice, and then headed off toward the river. I should have packed up right then, I know that now. But it was broad daylight and I felt stupid for being nervous about some footprints. I made coffee, broke down camp, and started hiking. The plan was to follow the river east for a few miles and then cut back up to the ridge trail. It's beautiful down in that valley. The Carp River is this dark tea color from all the tannins, and it moves fast over the rocks. Lots of old-growth hemlocks. Really quiet except for the water. Around mid-morning, I stopped to filter water from the river. I was crouched down by the bank, pump filter going, when I got this feeling. You know the one, like someone's watching you. I looked up and scanned the trees across the river, maybe 40 feet away. There was something standing there. It was behind a big hemlock, but I could see that it was tall, taller than a person. The proportions were wrong for a bear standing up. It was too narrow and upright. I couldn't see details because of the shadows and the tree trunk blocking out most of it, but I could see enough to know that it wasn't moving like an animal. It was just standing there, still, watching me. My brain was doing this thing where it kept trying to make it into something normal. A stump, a shadow, some trick of the light, but I was looking right at it, and whatever it was looking back at me. I could feel it. I don't remember deciding to leave. I just remember my hands unscrewing the filter, shoving it in my pack, and standing up. Some part of me knew that running would be bad, but I walked back fast the way I'd come, and I didn't look behind me until I had put maybe a quarter mile between me and that spot. I hiked out that day instead of staying a second night. I told myself that I just wasn't feeling it, that I'd come back another time, but I have not been back. The thing is, I've been trying to research this since I got home. There are some stories about something in the UP called the Michigan Dog Man, but that's supposed to be more canine, and what I saw seemed more ape-like. Some people talk about Bigfoot sightings in the area. I don't know what I think about any of that. I just know that what I saw was not a bear, and it wasn't a person, and it moved in a way that made my stomach drop. I still have the photos of the tracks on my phone. I've shown them to exactly 2 people, both friends who camp. One said it was definitely a bear, just at a weird angle. The other one looked at them for a long time, and then handed my phone back, and never said anything. I'm not going to say that it was definitely a cryptid or whatever. I'm just saying that I saw something in the woods that I can't explain, and I have no interest in going back to find out what it was. Something whispered my name on the trail. By Anonymous. I was hiking on an old logging trail in the afternoon, just killing some time before sunset. About a mile in, I heard somebody quietly say my name from off to the left. I figured it was just another hiker messing with me, and I answered back, which was a mistake. The voice said my name again, in the exact same tone, from the same distance away, like it hadn't moved at all. I started walking faster, and it kept happening every few minutes. It was never any closer or farther away from me. I couldn't hear footsteps or see anybody through the trees. At one point, I stopped completely, and after a few seconds, it whispered my name again, but softer than before. I didn't respond anymore. I turned around and walked back out to the trailhead without looking into the woods once. Thankfully, the voice did not follow me out. Something Walked Around My Tent All Night Long by Mariah. I went camping during late fall when the leaves were really thick on the ground and it was just super pretty out. It's my favorite time. I fell asleep and not really that long after, I started to hear footsteps crunching around my tent on all the leaves. Now, footsteps out in the woods are not really that big of a deal, so at first I thought it was deer. But then I started to notice that the steps were very steady. It was definitely something walking on 2 feet, and it just sounded so human. They just kept circling. They would stop near my head, and then they would start moving again. I waited for breathing or snorting or something to indicate that it was an animal, but I never heard it. Every single time I would shift inside the tent, the footsteps would stop. And then, after I'd been still for a little bit, they would start again. This went on for hours. Finally, I saw light in the sky, and it just stopped. I walked outside to look for footprints or something, but the leaves were completely undisturbed, and I never saw anything to indicate what had been there. It just kind of felt like whatever was there didn't want to be or couldn't be seen in the daylight. I definitely got out of there in a hurry. I did finish my trip, but I was on edge the whole time. Fortunately, nothing happened for the remaining 2 days on my trip. We Don't Talk About What Happened at Cloudland Canyon by Jennifer M. I'm writing this because my husband thinks that I'm losing it, and maybe putting it down will help me figure out what actually happened. Or, at the very least, maybe there's somebody else that has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. Last October, we went camping at Cloudland Canyon State Park in the northwest corner of Georgia, right on the edge of Lookout Mountain. It was supposed to be a quick weekend trip. We'd been talking about getting away from Atlanta for months, and my coworker had recommended this place. She said the fall colors were incredible and the trails were challenging but manageable. We got there on a Friday afternoon, I think maybe somewhere around 1. The park has developed camping areas with bathrooms and water hookups, but we were looking for something a little bit more remote. There's a backcountry camping area about 3 miles or so from the main campground, accessible only by hiking trail. You need a permit, and they do limit it to a few sites, but we had reserved one, and we were site number 4. The hike in was absolutely gorgeous. The trail follows the canyon rim, and you get these views of the valley below, where you can see the layers of rock going down hundreds of feet. It was late afternoon when we started, and the light was hitting the trees at that perfect angle where everything looks golden. We got to the backcountry area around 6. There are 5 sites total, each one separated by enough distance that you can't really see the other campers unless you're walking between sites. We passed Site 1 and 2 on the way in. Both of them were empty. Site 3 looked occupied, but I didn't see anybody around and figured they were out on a hike or something. Site 4 was perfect. There was a flat clearing, a fire ring, bare cables for hanging your food. We set up the tent and got a fire going before it got dark. We made dinner and had some whiskey, and we were just talking about nothing important. It was exactly what we needed. Around 10, we heard someone screaming. It was a really weird scream, though. It wasn't like a startled scream like somebody had been scared, but it wasn't like somebody was hurt either. It sounded like somebody was standing in the woods, just beyond our firelight, doing a high-pitched shriek that went on for maybe 5 seconds, stopped, and then started again. It literally sounded like there was somebody in the woods just standing in place, screaming, waiting a beat, and then doing it again. Almost like they were practicing for a role or something. My husband Dave grabbed the flashlight and pointed it toward where the sound was coming from, but there was nothing there other than the trees. The screaming stopped. We waited. There were about 2 minutes of complete silence. And then it happened again, but this time it was coming from a completely different direction, behind us, and it seemed like from deeper in the woods. Dave called out and asked if anybody needed help, but we didn't get a response. Just that shriek starting up again from yet another spot, this time to our left. I grew up in rural Tennessee, and I know what foxes sound like. I know bobcats and owls and coyotes and every other animal that makes weird noises at night. And this wasn't any of those. It was definitely coming from something with lungs. You could hear the breath behind it, and it was moving. Each time it started up again, it came from somewhere new, like whatever was making the sound was circling our campsite. We let the fire die down and went into the tent. Dave wanted to pack up and hike out, but I talked him out of it. 3 miles on an unfamiliar trail in complete darkness seemed a lot more dangerous than waiting until morning. We didn't sleep, though. We just laid there, listening, looking at each other. Around midnight, the screaming stopped, and we heard footsteps. Something was walking around our tent. They were not trying to be quiet about it either. They were just walking in circles, maybe 10 feet away. The rhythm of the steps was off. It was like when you try to walk normally after you sprained your ankle, but you can't quite get the pattern right. Like step, step, drag, step, step, drag, over and over. And then it stopped at the entrance of our tent. I am not exaggerating when I say that we could hear breathing on the other side of the fabric. It was this wet, heavy, moist breath like someone had just sprinted a mile. Dave had his hunting knife out. I had my hand on the bear spray. Neither of us moved. The breathing continued for, I don't know, maybe 3 minutes, and then whatever it was walked away. We heard the footsteps getting more distant. That same off-rhythm pattern, until finally we couldn't hear them anymore. We stayed in the tent until first light. We never said a word to each other. When the sun came up, we packed everything as fast as we could and started our hike out. We didn't even stop at the ranger station. We didn't report anything. We just got in the car and drove home. But here's the part that made me want to write this down. 2 days later, I got a call from an unknown number. Not an unknown number like it said unknown, but just I didn't recognize the number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick it up. It was a woman. She said her name was Angela, and she said she was calling because she had been camping at Cloudland Canyon over the weekend. She said she was in Site 3. I asked how she got my number. She said that she had asked the rangers who had been camping at Site 4, and they'd given her my contact information from the permit. I still kind of find that hard to believe, but I don't really have another explanation. One way or another, though, she got my number. Then she asked if we had heard anything strange on Friday night. I told her that we'd heard screaming and about the footsteps and everything. I was expecting her to say she had heard the same thing. Instead, she got really quiet. And then she asked me what time we'd heard the footsteps. I said, around midnight, I think. She told me that at midnight, on Friday, she'd been walking back to her campsite from the bathroom area. She said that she had seen somebody standing at the edge of Site 4, just standing there in the darkness, facing our tent. She said she called out asking if everything was okay, and the figure had turned to look at her but didn't say anything. It just stared at her for a few seconds and then walked into the woods. I asked her what the person looked like. She said that's why she was calling. Because it hadn't looked like a person exactly. The proportions were wrong. The arms were super long. And when it walked away, the movement was really weird, like it was having trouble coordinating its legs. She said she'd gone back to her tent and packed up immediately. She hiked out with a headlamp at 1 a.m. because she didn't want to stay there. I asked if she had reported it to the rangers, and she said that she had. They told her it was probably just another camper, but she knew what she had seen and it was not a person. We talked for maybe 20 minutes. She wanted to know if I thought we should report it together, make more noise about it. I told her I didn't really know what we'd even report, that we saw something that didn't look quite human, that we heard screaming and footsteps. She seemed disappointed, but she understood. We agreed to stay in touch if either of us heard anything else about the area. I didn't hear from her again, until last week. She sent me an email with a link to a news article. A hiker had gone missing at Cloudland Canyon in December. A guy in his 30s who'd gone out for a day hike and never come back. They'd found his car at the trailhead, but no sign of him. The search had been called off after 2 weeks or so. The article mentioned that other hikers had reported hearing strange screaming sounds in the backcountry area during the same time period. Angela's email just said, "Same area. Thought you should know." I looked up Cloudland Canyon after that, started going through the forums and hiking sites. I found a few mentions of weird sounds. One person said they heard what they thought was a woman crying near the backcountry sites, but when they investigated, nobody was there. Another person said that they saw something walking on the trail at dusk that looked human from a distance, but when they got closer, it ran off into the woods in a way that seemed unnatural. But there was one comment in particular that stuck with me. Someone had posted asking if anyone knew the Native American history of the area. Someone else responded saying the Cherokee had stories about the canyon, about things that lived in the deep places that could mimic human voices and appearance. They said the word they used translated roughly to skinwalker, but it wasn't exactly the same as the Navajo concept. I don't know if I believe that, but then again, I don't know what I believe. What I know is that something was at our campsite that night. Something that could scream and walk and breathe. Something that stood outside our tent and then stood at the edge of our camp staring at another hiker. I know that Angela saw the same thing I heard. I know that both of us left our trips earlier than we meant to, because we felt unsafe in a way that went well beyond normal camping concerns. And I know that a man disappeared from that same area a couple of months later. Dave absolutely refuses to talk about it. He says we heard a fox or a coyote, that Angela probably saw another camper, and that we're connecting unrelated events because our brains want to make patterns. Maybe he's right. Maybe I am losing it. But I keep thinking about those footsteps, that weird pattern. It was like someone was trying to walk like a human but didn't really know how or something. I don't really know how to describe it, but I'm not going back there. I don't care how beautiful the fall colors are. If anyone reading this has experienced anything similar in the area or knows more about the history, I'd really like to hear about it. I need to know if what we encountered was an isolated incident or if this kind of thing has been happening for a long time. Because right now, I don't really know what's worse. The idea that there's something in those woods that shouldn't exist, or the idea that it's been there all along, and we just happened to notice it. The Wrong Side of the Trace by Caleb R. I stopped going to the land between the lakes about 6 years ago. Most people around here just call it LBL. If you aren't local, you might know it from the ghost hunting shows talking about the beast of LBL, which is supposed to be some kind of werewolf. I don't buy into the wolf stuff. What I ran into wasn't a dog. It was something boring that turned terrifying. I grew up in Cadiz, so the recreation area was basically my backyard. It's a massive peninsula between Kentucky Lake and Lake Barkley. The vibe there is weird, because the government forced everyone out in the 60s to build it. They flooded towns, they moved bodies, they left the foundations of the houses and the old roadbeds deep in the woods. You can be walking through thick brush and suddenly step onto a paved driveway that leads to nowhere. It was late November. The leaves were mostly down, which means visibility should have been good. I wasn't hunting. I was just looking to clear my head. I took my truck down the Trace, which is the main road running north to south through the park. I pulled off onto one of the gravel forestry roads near the Tennessee border side. I wanted to check out a spot on the map where an old cemetery was supposed to be. Not one of the maintained ones, one of the forgotten ones. I parked the truck at a trailhead that didn't look like it'd seen tires in months. I grabbed my day pack and a walking stick. The air was cold. I hiked in about 2 miles. The topography in LBL is deceptive. It looks flat from the road, but it's full of ravines and limestone ridges. I found the area where the cemetery was supposed to be. There were no headstones, just sunken depressions in the earth arranged in rows. It's a grim sight. It reminds you that people lived here and died here before the government turned it into a campground. I sat on a downed log to drink some water, and that's when the silence hit. Usually, the woods are noisy. There's squirrels rustling and birds and the wind and the few remaining leaves. But this was dead air. I think people call it the Oz effect. It felt like walking into a room where 2 people had just stopped fighting. I checked my watch. It was only 2:30 p.m., so plenty of light. I started walking back toward the truck, but I decided to cut across a ridge to save time. This was a mistake. I stepped over a rotting log and I heard a snap behind me. I stopped. The snap echoed. I waited for a little bit, but nothing else happened. I took another step. The sound came from behind me again. This was not an echo. An echo is instantaneous. This was delayed by maybe half a second. It sounded exactly like my boot hitting the dry leaves. The weight was the same and the cadence was too. I stood still for a solid minute. My heart started doing that heavy thumping thing in my throat. I told myself it was just a deer stalking me. Deer are curious. They'll follow you sometimes. I took 3 quick steps. The sound behind me matched it perfectly, but the delay was gone. It was synchronized now. I spun around. The woods were gray and brown, vertical lines of tree trunks. Nothing moved. I scanned the gaps between the oaks. I looked for the horizontal shape of an animal, but I didn't see anything. "Hello?" I called out. "Hello?" a voice said back. It wasn't an echo. It was my voice, like a recording. It had the same exact pitch and hesitation and upward inflection at the end. But it didn't come from the woods behind me. This time, it came from directly above me. I looked up. There was nothing in the canopy. My stomach dropped, and I got that prickly feeling on the back of my neck. the kind that signals immediate danger. I started walking fast. I knew that if I ran, whatever this was would chase me. I kept my eyes forward, navigating the uneven ground. The footsteps were right on my heels now. They sounded heavier than me, and it didn't sound like boots anymore. It sounded like bare feet slapping against hard dirt. I reached a small creek bed. I had to slide down the embankment. My boots skidded on the mud. Behind me, I heard another skid, but it sounded wet and sloppy, like something large dragging itself through the slush. I scrambled up the other side of the ravine. I was breathing hard. I risked a glance over my shoulder. At the top of the ridge I had just ascended, there was a tree. A white oak. It looked normal for a second, but then I realized the proportions were wrong. The trunk split about 7 feet up, but the split wasn't wood. It was legs. It was standing perfectly still, blending in with the bark. It was way taller than I thought, maybe 8 or 9 feet. The legs were gray and thin, and they looked just like the surrounding timber. The upper body was indistinct, just a mass of gray that looked like a burl on the wood, but it had a face. It was just a flat, pale surface. There wasn't a nose or a mouth, but there were 2 dark spots where eyes should be. It was looking at the sky. And then it opened its mouth. "Hello?" it said. It was my voice again, but this time it was distorted, like somebody was playing it through a blown-out speaker. I didn't care about anything anymore. I ran. I tore through the briars. The thorns ripped my jeans and cut my hands, but I couldn't even feel it at the time. I just pumped my arms and legs, focusing on the flash of white gravel that would signal the road. I could hear it crashing through the woods behind me. It wasn't mimicking me anymore. It was moving with a terrifying, chaotic rhythm. It sounded like branches breaking and heavy thuds. This thing was fast. I saw the gravel road. I burst out of the tree line and sprinted toward my truck. I fumbled for my keys and dropped them. And then I screamed. I actually screamed. I scrambled for the keys and snatched them up and jammed the fob into the door lock. I threw myself into the cab and locked the doors. I looked out the driver's side window. The tree line was empty. The crashing had stopped, and the silence was back. I started the engine and threw it into reverse. I backed out of that spot so fast, I almost put the truck in a ditch. I hammered the gas and didn't let up until I hit the paved surface of the trace. I drove all the way to Golden Pond, the visitor center, before I slowed down. I sat in the parking lot for an hour, just watching the other cars. Normal people, families on vacation. I watched a guy checking the air pressure on his camper tires. It felt weird to see normal life happening when I had just been hunted by a tree that spoke with my voice. I drove home. I didn't tell my wife. I didn't tell my buddies. I thought that was the end of it. But 2 days later, I was in my garage. I was organizing my tool bench. I had the garage door open, and it was maybe 9 p.m. at night. I live in a subdivision, so we have neighbors and streetlights. It's not the middle of the woods or anything. I dropped a wrench. It hit the concrete with a loud clang. From the backyard, from the darkness beyond the fence, I heard the exact same sound, with the same resonance, but delayed. I hit the button to close the garage door and stood there watching the gap at the bottom close. Just before the seal hit the concrete, I heard one more thing. "Hello?" It wasn't my voice this time. It sounded like a child, a little girl, and then it giggled. I don't go into the woods anymore. I don't even go into my own backyard after dark. I put floodlights on every corner of my house and told my wife it was just for security, and she seemed to accept that. My electric bill is through the roof, but asked me if I care. I think it followed me home. Or maybe it was already here, who knows. I tried to convince myself that last one was just a neighbor kid messing around. But the sound came from the drainage ditch behind my lock. There are no kids that play back there. It's full of kudzu and snakes. Sometimes when I'm in the shower, I hear the water turn off before I actually turn the handle. Just for a split second. The sound cuts out, and then the water stops, like it's anticipating me. I checked the maps again yesterday. The place where I parked in LBL, that old road bed, well, I looked up the history. There was a homestead there back in the 1920s. It burned down. The records say that the family was never found. I don't know what that thing is. I don't think it's a ghost. Ghosts are dead people, right? But this thing felt like it was a part of the biology of the woods. Like a species we just haven't classified yet, because it knows how to hide too well. I'm moving next month. We're moving out to Arizona, somewhere with no trees, somewhere flat. If I hear an echo in the desert, well, at least I'll be able to see what's making it. If you do go to LBL, stay on the pavement. If you hear your own footsteps when you stop walking, don't look back. Just leave. I woke up to someone breathing outside my tent. By Maria. I was camping alone during a cold snap. I was zipped fully into my tent and all layered up. Sometime in the night, I woke up. At first, I couldn't figure out why, but then I heard the sound of breathing, like right next to my head. It was really slow and steady, almost like somebody was trying not to be heard. And then I could see the faint fog, like puff against the side of the tent with every breath. I froze and just listened. I figured if I moved or acknowledged it, it would just make it worse. The breathing stayed that way for a really long time, and then it just slowly stopped. I never heard anybody walk away, but I just stayed awake until sunrise, just staring at the tent wall. When I finally unzipped it, there were 0 tracks. I don't camp in cold weather anymore. The forest went completely silent. By Anonymous. I took a shortcut off the main trail because it looked pretty harmless on the map. The second I stepped off the path, every sound just dropped out. I couldn't hear a single bird, even the wind. It was like somebody had pressed a mute button. I could hear my own breathing, and it was way too clear in all the silence, which gave me a bit of a panic attack. I tried to calm down and I took a few more steps, and I felt this pressure in my ears, like altitude. When I stepped back onto the trail, all the sounds came back at once. I tested it again, stepping off and then back on, and it kept happening. I didn't go more than a foot into the trees after that. I finished up the hike fast, and I didn't explore anything else that day. Even now, I stick to the marked trails without exception. I heard someone asking for help from the river. I was fishing along a remote stretch of river where I hadn't seen another human being all day. I was reeling in my line, and all of a sudden I heard someone yell help from downstream. It sounded kind of strained, like somebody trying not to panic, so I ran toward the sound, but when I got to where it should have been, the riverbank was empty. I didn't see any footprints or disturbed mud or anything in the water, so I was standing there kind of confused, looking around and trying to figure out where the sound had come from. A few seconds later, I heard help again, but it was in the same voice, and it was the same distance, like it hadn't moved. I shouted back and asked where they were, but the voice never answered me directly, it just kept repeating the same word. The river was calm enough that I would have seen it if somebody was struggling. And then, for some reason, I just started to think about the bear scene in Annihilation. If you know, you know. And I was like, I don't think I want to be here anymore. So I backed away instead of following the sound farther downstream, and I just ran back to camp. I suppose it wasn't really camp, but where I had set up to fish, and I left. I left feeling really guilty, but I also wasn't super sure that whatever I had heard needed rescuing. I kind of had the feeling that if I had followed it, I would need rescuing. Anyway, hopefully it was just a fluke, or it was something I should have run from. I never heard about anybody dying out there or drowning or anything, so I still don't really know. Rangers Don't Hike Devil's Staircase After Dark by Kevin H. I've been a park ranger at Zion for 3 years, and there's exactly one trail that I will not set foot on after sunset. Not for lost hikers, not for medical emergencies, not for anything. Devil's Staircase can wait until morning. The trail isn't officially called that. On the maps, it's listed as the Upper Emerald Pools Connector, but every ranger who's worked there more than a season calls it Devil's Staircase. There's a section about halfway up where the trail cuts through this narrow slot canyon, and the rock formations create these natural steps that go up maybe 200 feet at a steep angle, hence the name. It's a popular trail during the day. Moderate difficulty, good views, connects to some of the main attractions. We get probably 100 or so hikers on it every day during peak season. At night, it's different. I first heard about it during my training. My supervisor mentioned in passing that if we got a call about someone needing assistance on that trail after dark, we should stage at the trailhead and wait for backup before going in. He didn't explain why, he just said it was policy. I figured it was because of the terrain. The steps are uneven, and there's some exposure. Easy to fall if you're not careful. It made sense to wait for a full team. Then, I met Garrett. He'd been working at Zion for 12 or 13 years, and he told me the real reason. We were doing a routine patrol last spring, checking the backcountry sites, and we passed the Devil's Staircase trailhead around 7 in the evening. Still had good light. Garrett stopped and looked up the trail for a long time. Then he asked if anyone had told me about the girl. I said, "No, what girl?" He said there's a girl who hikes Devil's Staircase at night, alone. Rangers have been seeing her for at least 20 years. It's always the same description. 16 or 17 years old, long dark hair, wearing jeans and a white t-shirt. There's no pack or headlamp or any gear at all. She just walks up the trail at a normal pace. If you call out to her, she doesn't respond. If you try to follow her, she disappears. I asked if he was messing with me. He said no, that he'd seen her himself twice. Once in 2015, and once in 2019, both times right around dusk. Both times, she was walking up the trail like she was just out for an evening stroll. The first time he had tried to catch up to her. He figured she was a lost hiker who needed help getting back before dark. He had jogged after her, and she had rounded a corner up ahead. When he got to the same corner maybe 10 seconds later, she was gone. The trail was empty in both directions. The second time, he had just watched her go. He didn't see any point in chasing something he couldn't catch. I asked if anybody knew who she was. He said that there were theories. A girl had died on that trail in 1987, fell from the steps during a storm. But she'd been 12, not 16, and the descriptions didn't match. Some rangers thought it might be older than that, maybe someone before the park was established. I didn't think much about it until last October. I was finishing a late shift, and I got a radio call about a possible distressed hiker on Devil's Staircase. A couple coming down had seen somebody heading up alone without any gear, and they were worried. I drove to the trailhead. It was almost 8, nearly full dark. I grabbed my flashlight and started up. I got to the steps, and I heard footsteps above me. Steady rhythm. Someone walking up. I called out, but no response. I climbed faster. The footsteps stayed the same distance ahead. I could hear them clearly. Boots on stone, never speeding up or slowing down. I got to the top of the steps and the sound stopped. I swept my flashlight across the area, but there was nobody there. The trail continues past the steps, but I could see a good 100 yards in both directions. If anyone had been there, I would have seen them. I radioed back that I had checked the trail and found no one and hiked back down. When I got back to my truck, Garrett was waiting. He asked me if I didn't remember the policy, and I said, no, I'd kind of forgotten about it. I figured I would just go check. He had heard my radio traffic, and he drove over. He asked if I had heard the footsteps, and I said yeah. He nodded like he expected it. He told me the footsteps are worse than seeing her, because when you hear them, you know she's close. Sometimes, right next to you, even though you can't see anything. Wish I'd known that ahead of time. I don't hike Devil's Staircase after dark anymore. The policy makes perfect sense now. Something Followed Us Back to Camp by Daniel H. I grew up in the Southwest and spent enough time around Navajo friends to know the stories. Skinwalkers are not a joke out there. People don't like talking about them, and when they do, it's usually short and careful. I am not Navajo myself, so I'm not claiming any authority here. I just know where you're not supposed to whistle, what you're not supposed to joke about, and which parts of the land people avoid without needing a reason. This happened in northern New Mexico. Winter, high elevation. Pinyon and juniper country, with patches of ponderosa. Snow on the ground, but not deep enough to stop hiking. Cold enough that sound carries. 2 friends and I were camping on public land, not far from the edge of Navajo Nation. We were careful about where we went. We didn't cross onto tribal land. We weren't sightseeing or ghost hunting, just a winter overnight to get out of town. We set camp before dark. Small fire, tents close together, and food hung properly. Nothing fancy. By the time the sun went down, the woods went dead quiet. It was just thick winter stillness, with no wind or animals at all. Around maybe 10 p.m., we started hearing footsteps. Not crunching snow, exactly. More like packed ground being stepped on carefully. Slow. Too heavy for a deer, and too controlled to be an elk. It circled the camp once, just outside of the firelight. We all heard it, but nobody said anything at first. We just looked at each other. Eventually, one of my friends whispered, "You hear that?" The footsteps stopped. That's when the smell hit. Wet fur with rotting meat underneath, like something that hadn't been cleaned properly. It drifted through the camp in waves. We added wood to the fire, and it stayed just bright enough to keep the trees lit at the edge. Whatever it was didn't come closer. It stayed just past where the light reached. And then it spoke. It sounded exactly like my friend Aaron's voice. The same tone and pacing. It said my name the way he always does, dragging out the first syllable slightly. It came from the trees to my left, not from where Aaron was sitting. Aaron went pale immediately. He shook his head without saying a word. The voice tried again, closer this time. Same casual delivery. It said something that only Aaron and I would normally joke about. Something dumb from years ago, and not something you would overhear. I felt this heavy pressure on my chest, like my body wanted to stand up and answer, even though my brain was screaming not to. None of us responded. The footsteps started again, moving faster now, circling tighter, still just outside of the firelight. The smell got worse, strong enough to make my eyes water. And then the voice changed. It dropped whatever attempt it was making to sound right. It started repeating my name, but the timing was wrong, like it was testing how the word fit in its mouth. I don't know how long this went on. Time felt stretched. The fire popped. Snow shifted in the trees. The thing kept moving. At some point, it laughed, but it didn't sound like a person. It sounded like air being forced through a shape that didn't quite know how to use it. It cut off suddenly, like someone turning off a radio. The footsteps stopped again, and everything went quiet. We stayed awake the entire night. The fire burned low, but we didn't dare let it go out. None of us slept, and none of us talked much either. Every once in a while we'd hear something from far off in the trees, but it never came into the light. At first light, we packed up, fast. We didn't bother with breakfast or coffee, we just wanted to leave. We saw the tracks on the way out. They circled the camp in the snow, clear impressions, barefoot with long toes, heels too narrow. They didn't match any animal that I know of. The stride was wrong, too. The tracks led away from camp for a short distance, and then stopped, just ended in the middle of an open patch of snow. There were no return tracks, or continuation. As we were hiking out, maybe a mile from camp, we heard Aaron's voice again, behind us. He was walking right next to me. None of us turned around. It called out again, louder this time, like it was annoyed. The sound came from farther back than before, like it was keeping its distance for some reason. We didn't run, and we certainly didn't answer. We just kept walking until we hit the truck and drove straight home. I didn't tell this story for a long time. I don't even like writing it out. I know what people will say. Stress, cold, animals, group paranoia. All I know is this. I've camped in winter before. I've heard coyotes and owls and elk and people messing around in the woods. Nothing else has ever used my friend's voice to try to get me to step into the dark. The Redwood Cough by Sarah M. I'm a regular hiker. I grew up in Northern California, and I've spent more nights in the backcountry of the Humboldt-Toyabe area and the Redwoods than I have in my own bed some years. I'm not the type to get spooked by a snapping twig or a mountain lion scream. I know what the woods sound like at 3 a.m. But what happened last October near the Lost Coast Trail was not a mountain lion. I was 3 days into a solo trip. I had set up camp in a dense stand of old-growth trees, maybe 4 miles off the main spur. The terrain there is vertical and thick with ferns that grow chest-high. It's beautiful, but it's the kind of place where you realize how quickly the forest could swallow you. The sun went down and the fog rolled in off the Pacific. It was thick enough to dampen all the sound. I was sitting by my stove, waiting for my water to boil, when I heard a cough. It sounded like a human cough. Specifically, it sounded like my dad's cough, a dry, hacking sound he makes because of his asthma. It came from the tree line maybe 20 feet past the edge of my headlamp's reach. I froze. You didn't expect to hear another person out there. Especially not someone who sounds exactly like your family who you know is not out there. I called out a, "Hello?" But just the sound of the fog dripping off the needles answered me. I figured it was my mind playing tricks. Auditory pareidolia is a real thing when you're alone in the woods. But then I heard it again, closer. And it wasn't just the cough, there was a voice. And it whispered my name. I've read other stories where people say it sounded like a recording, but this didn't sound like a recording. It sounded like something was trying to form the word for the first time, using some kind of biology that wasn't built for it. The S was too long, like a whistle. I grabbed my bear spray and stood up. I aimed my light toward the sound. The beam cut through the mist, and for a second, I saw legs behind a massive redwood trunk. They were gray and hairless, like the skin of a shark. They were too long for a person, maybe 5 feet from the hip to the ground, and the knees were bent backward. I backed up toward my tent, keeping the light on that tree. The thing stepped out. It looked like it had tried to put on a human costume, but got everything wrong. It had the general shape of a person, but it was leaning forward at an angle that no human could without falling. It was wearing a piece of what looked to be deer hide, but the hide seemed to be fused to its own skin. The worst part was the face. It didn't have eyes, just deep, dark pits, and the mouth was a vertical slit that went from the nose down to the neck. It didn't attack. It just stood there in the fog and started mimicking the sound of my stove's boiling water. It made a rhythmic bubbling hiss. Then it transitioned back into my dad's voice. "Sarah, it's cold." It took a step into my camp, and the way that it moved was wrong. It didn't lift its feet. It slid them through the dirt like it was skating. I reached into my pack and grabbed my signaling air horn and let it rip. The blast was deafening in the quiet woods. But the creature didn't even flinch. It just watched me. And then it opened that vertical mouth and let out the exact same air horn blast, only louder. I didn't stay to pack. I grabbed my boots and my jacket and I ran. I didn't care about the cliffs or the darkness. I could hear it behind me the whole time, but it wasn't chasing me. It was keeping a consistent distance, staying just at the edge of my vision. I know that thing could have caught me if it wanted to. Every few minutes, it would cough. I made it back to my truck at the trailhead by dawn. I drove 3 hours before I realized I was still holding the bear spray so tight that my knuckles were white. I haven't been back to that part of the coast. The weirdest part of it wasn't the sighting, though. It was that my dad called me the next day. He told me he'd had a dream that night where he was standing in the woods, calling for me because he was cold and had lost his breath. Someone Walked My Campsite Before I Did by Jordan Kay. This was on the Mogollon Rim in Arizona, up near where the forest starts feeling like an actual forest instead of decorative green around a highway. If you've never been up there, it's strangely abrupt. You drive through scrub and heat, and then suddenly you're in tall pines and the air smells like sap and damp dirt, like somebody opened a different room. I went solo for one night, which I do sometimes because I like not talking and not compromising on pace. It wasn't some hardcore through hike. It was just a short backpack in, set up before dark, make ramen, sleep, walk out in the morning, and pretend I'm an outdoors person again. I parked off a forest road outside Payson. The lot was half full, but it was a weekend and the weather was good. People love that area when it's not on fire. I picked a trail that ran along the top of the rim. No big elevation gains, mostly rolling. The kind of hike where the hard part is keeping your attention from drifting because everything looks the same until you get a view. About an hour in, I started noticing footprints. Not just any footprints, like boot prints with a clear tread pattern, fresh enough that they still had sharp edges where the dirt crumbled. This caught my eye because the ground wasn't wet. It was that dry, fine soil that holds an impression if you step hard, but it also blurs fast if wind moves through. I figured maybe somebody had passed earlier in the day. Normal, lots of people hike there. Except I wasn't seeing two sets of tracks like a typical hiker. I was seeing one set, single file and evenly spaced. Left, right. No wandering or pausing or scuffs. Almost too consistent. Again, not paranormal at this point, just specific. I kept going, and the prints kept showing up in patches. Sometimes they disappeared where the trail hit rock, and then they'd be back in the next sandy stretch. They weren't animal prints, too long and too boot-shaped. I remember thinking, okay, I'm behind someone who's walking the same speed as me, and that's mildly annoying, because I don't want to play the awkward passing game on a narrow trail. So I sped up a little. I never caught up to anyone. There were no voices ahead, no backpack silhouette between trees, no movement at all, really. Just those prints appearing like the trail was laying them down for me. At a certain point, the trail widened near a viewpoint. You can see forever from some of those spots, just layers of green and blue ridges fading out, with the canyon dropping off in front of you. I stopped there and drank water, sat on a rock, took a couple of pictures I never posted because they look like every other Arizona pine photo. While I sat, I watched the trail ahead. Nothing. When I got up, I noticed the prints were around the rock I'd been sitting on, like whoever made them had stood there too, in the same spot, the same angle toward the canyon. I told myself I was being dramatic. It's easy to be dramatic when you're alone in the woods and it's quiet. Your brain wants a story, and it hates random. I moved on and started looking for a campsite. There are a bunch of unofficial sites up there, little clearings where people have clearly been setting up for years. Flat ground, fire ring, logs dragged into a circle. Some are right off the trail, but some are tucked back a bit. I found one that looked perfect. Not too exposed, not right on top of the trail. Soft enough ground for my tent. There was even a deadfall log I could use as a seat. It felt like a win. And then I saw the footprints again. They didn't just lead past it. They cut off the trail, went straight into the clearing, circled the fire ring, and went over to the exact spot where I was about to pitch my tent. And then they just stopped. There was no return track, no exit route, just a clean end, like the person got there and stepped out of reality. I stood there holding my pack straps, staring at that last impression in the dirt. My first thought was that somebody had camped there earlier and left, and the prints only showed the approach because the exit path was on rock or pine needles where it didn't leave a mark, so I looked around for the exit. The ground around the end of the tracks was soft dirt. You could leave prints walking to the log, to the fire ring, to the trees. Nothing. No second set going out. No scuffs or drag marks, just the approach and then this weird abrupt stop at the most logical tent spot. I didn't like that feeling. It was like my brain was trying to solve something, but couldn't. It made me feel small in a way that's hard to explain, like the world was running a little different than I assumed it should, and I didn't have the user manual. I should have picked out another site right then, but that's easy to tell myself now. Instead, I did the stubborn thing and set up anyway, because the clearing was good, and I didn't want to let a weird set of prints make decisions for me. Also, it was getting later. The light shifts fast up there. 1 minute, you've got plenty of time. Next minute, everything is gray and the shadows are thick. I pitched my tent with that low-level tension in my body that you ignore until it becomes a headache. I made ramen on my little stove. I ate sitting on the log. I kept glancing at the tree line, expecting to see the person who made the prints just casually walk in like, "Oh, hey, sorry, this is my spot." Nobody came. The forest was normal. The birds got quiet as the sun dropped. Wind moved through the pines. Somewhere far off, I heard a couple people on the trail, voices carrying and then fading. The prints stayed there in the dirt beside my tent, like they were waiting. I crawled into the tent around 9:30. I wasn't sleepy, but there wasn't anything else to do, and I really didn't want to sit out there in the dark thinking about footprints. I read on my phone until the battery made me feel guilty, and then I turned it off and listened. At first, it was just normal night sounds, small stuff, branches creaking, a faint rustle of something in needles, the occasional distant call of something I couldn't quite identify because I'm not a wildlife guy. And then sometime after midnight, I heard steps. Not far off in the woods, or leaves crunching. I heard the specific soft thud of boots on dirt, close enough that the ground transmitted it. It sounded like someone walking around my campsite. I sat up inside my tent so fast my sleeping bag twisted around my legs. I listened, trying to map the sound. It circled. It paused near the fire ring. It moved toward the log. And then it stopped, right outside my tent. I could hear breathing. Not loud, but present. It was like somebody was standing still. I held my own breath without meaning to. My heart was doing that thick pounding thing that makes your throat feel tight. I wanted to unzip the tent and shine my flashlight, but I also didn't want to open a flap between me and whatever was out there. Both thoughts existed at the same time, and neither won. A few seconds passed, maybe longer. Then, from right outside the tent, I heard the sound of fabric shifting, like someone crouching and leaning close. The tent wall barely moved, just a subtle pressure against it, like a hand resting there. Not pushing, not testing the zipper, just touching. I stayed frozen, staring at the nylon like I could see through it if I stared hard enough. And then, I heard something that messed me up more than footsteps ever could. I heard my own voice, not speaking from inside the tent, speaking from outside, in the same direction as the breathing. It wasn't a full sentence. It was just a short sound, like a little laugh or a soft, yeah, the kind of noise you make when you're acknowledging someone in conversation. I didn't make that noise. I didn't move or react. My brain went into this blank mode where it refuses to process anything because processing would mean committing to a reality that I didn't want. There was another sound outside, like the person shifted their weight. The pressure on the tent wall eased, and then the footsteps resumed, circling away unhurried. They didn't fade like someone walking deeper into the woods. They faded like someone walking into a room as the door slowly closed. After that, the forest went quiet in a way that almost felt staged, muted, like somebody had turned the volume down. I did not sleep. I lay there until my body started aching from being so tense. I checked my phone a few times, even though I didn't want the light. Time crawled. Around 4:30, I started hearing birds again. It was that early morning shift, where the world restarts. I waited until there was enough light to see shapes, and then I got out. The campsite looked normal. The tent was not torn. There were no footprints in the pine needles, except in the dirt by my tent, where the earlier prints had stopped. There was a new set. They were the same tread pattern as before, the same spacing and clean edges. They circled my tent once, like someone had walked a careful loop around me during the night, and then they went straight to the trail and continued on. I followed them for a bit, because apparently I am not smart. They led down the trail like a person heading somewhere with confidence. I kept expecting them to veer off or disappear again, but they didn't. They just kept going, steady and neat, until the trail hit rock and I lost them. I went back and packed up fast. Not frantic, but fast. No breakfast, no hanging around. I hiked out. But here's the part that makes me feel stupid when I try to tell it, because it sounds like I'm trying to force meaning into it or something. But when I got back to my car, there was dust on the driver's side window, like somebody had leaned a hand there. I wiped it off with my sleeve and it didn't fully come away. It just spread. I drove home with the windows up, even though it was warm. Something Walked Around My Tent All Night Long by Mariah. I went camping during late fall when the leaves were really thick on the ground and it was just super pretty out. It's my favorite time. I fell asleep and not really that long after, I started to hear footsteps crunching around my tent on all the leaves. Now, footsteps out in the woods are not really that big of a deal, so at first I thought it was deer. But then I started to notice that the steps were very steady. It was definitely something walking on 2 feet, and it just sounded so human. They just kept circling. They would stop near my head, and then they would start moving again. I waited for breathing or snorting or something to indicate that it was an animal, but I never heard it. Every single time I would shift inside the tent, the footsteps would stop. And then, after I'd been still for a little bit, they would start again. This went on for hours. Finally, I saw light in the sky, and it just stopped. I walked outside to look for footprints or something, but the leaves were completely undisturbed, and I never saw anything to indicate what had been there. It just kind of felt like whatever was there didn't want to be or couldn't be seen in the daylight. I definitely got out of there in a hurry. I did finish my trip, but I was on edge the whole time. Fortunately, nothing happened for the remaining 2 days on my trip. The Screamer in the Hollow by Matt L. I don't usually tell this story because it doesn't have a tidy ending, and it makes me sound like the kind of person who believes every ghost story is real. That's not who I am. I'm just a hunter who's spent years in the woods. This happened about 6 years ago outside Wytheville, Virginia, not far from Crawfish Valley. I was out for whitetail, and it was that damp early November cold that feels like it gets into your bones. I parked off a forestry road about 3 miles in, near an old fire trail that hadn't seen a truck in years. I planned to set up in a hollow overlooking a row of oaks where I'd seen signs the week before. Rubs, old scat, and a worn trail leading down to a creek. That morning, thick fog filled the hollow, turning everything a pale gray and making the woods feel smaller and quieter than usual. I'd been sitting there since just before dawn, without firing a shot or even seeing a squirrel. Around 9, I heard something on the ridge to my left. It wasn't the usual rustle or crunch. It was steady footsteps, too heavy for a deer, too smooth for a bear. When I shifted, it stopped, so I thought maybe it was another hunter that had come in from the other side. I quietly called out, "Hey there," just to be safe. No one answered. I listened for a while and the woods went quiet again. After a few minutes, I started packing up. The silence made me uneasy and I wasn't really seeing anything, so I decided to head down toward the creek to look for tracks before leaving, just to make the trip worth it. The fog was still thick, but I could see about 20 yards ahead. Every step sounded louder than usual, with leaves crunching under my boots. I could almost hear my heartbeat through my rifle. Halfway down the ridge, I caught the smell of rot that usually means there's a dead animal nearby. A wet, sweet, sour scent. I stopped and leaned against a tree, looking around. At first, I didn't see anything. And then I heard long, slow breaths, close enough that I expected to see something if the fog shifted. But the fog didn't move. I stepped back a few times, raising my rifle without thinking. I didn't aim, I just got ready. The breathing stopped. For about 10 seconds, everything was dead still. Then, from somewhere in the fog, a scream rang out. It wasn't quite human, but it was no animal that I know of either. It started low and then rose, and then broke into a laugh halfway through. My stomach turned, and every hair on my arm stood up. I can only say that it didn't sound like anything that should be in those woods. I turned and walked quickly back up toward the trail. The fog got even thicker as I climbed, almost like it was closing in behind me. I could hear footsteps matching mine from down in the hollow. When I stopped, they stopped. I tried to tell myself that it was just echoes, but I knew that that was not right. My hands shook so much I had to keep my finger along the trigger guard to keep from slipping. When I finally got out of the mist and saw my truck, it felt like stepping into a different day. The light was clear, and the trees looked normal again. I sat in the cab for a long time, listening. Nothing had followed me. I didn't hear another sound all morning, but just before I started the truck, I noticed something strange. There was a streak of wet mud across the back from one taillight to the other, like something had dragged a hand or a paw across it. But it wasn't really mud. It was like gray, like clay mixed with ash. And when I smelled it, it had that same rotten scent from the hollow. I drove out fast. You wouldn't think fog could hang that thick, but by the time I reached the main road, it was like somebody had drawn a line in the air, perfectly clear past a certain bend. I stopped in town for gas and told myself maybe it was a bobcat call that just echoed weird. I even looked up recordings. Some were close, but none had that pitch change in the middle, like laughter. A week later, I went back, not to hunt, but to see if I could figure out what happened. I didn't tell my buddies because I didn't want to hear their stupid jokes. The drive looked normal until I reached that same curve in the forestry road. After that, everything felt strange again. I parked in the same spot, got out, and just stood there. You can tell when a place doesn't want you around, and that's how it felt. The air even smelled a little burnt, like wet cedar after a fire. I walked about 100 yards before I found something that looked like a fire ring, but it was just a patch of black earth in a perfect circle, about 3 feet wide. There were no ashes or disturbed leaves, as if it had always been there. The center had a single drag mark, like something heavy had been pulled out. It was cold and damp, even though the sun had been out all morning. I didn't stick around. I left and haven't been back since. Still, every time I hunt within 50 miles of that place, I think about it. The smell, the noise, that laugh. I've talked to a few old-timers who said that hollow has always been thin. That's what they call places where things don't separate cleanly, where something from outside the normal can leak through. Some said people used to hear screaming down there at night in the 70s, but nobody ever found anything. I keep telling myself it was just a weird echo, or maybe an animal with some kind of throat injury, or that I startled a squatter and my mind filled in the rest. I think that's what you have to tell yourself to sleep at night. But sometimes when I'm butchering in the shed late at night, I think I hear breathing behind me. That same slow rhythm, the same hiss at the end of each breath. And when I turn around, of course, there's never anything there. The Echo in the Boreen by Siobhan O. I grew up on a sheep farm in County Kerry, right on the edge of the Yvra Peninsula. It's a place where the mountains are made of old, bruised-looking stone, and the Atlantic wind is always trying to push you inland. My father used to say that the land there has a long memory, and that some of those memories don't like being disturbed. I used to think he was just trying to keep me from wandering into the bogs after dark, but I don't think that anymore. This happened last September. I had moved back home for a few months to help my mother after my father passed away. The farm is isolated, tucked into the valley that the locals call a coombe. The only way in or out is a narrow, winding boreen, a dirt track with high stone walls and hawthorn edges that close in like a tunnel. It was a Tuesday, right around the time the light turns that strange watery gold before the mist rolls in from the sea. I was out in the top pasture, checking the fencing near a stand of ancient stunted oaks. The sheep were restless. They weren't grazing. They were huddled together in the center of the field, all of them facing the same direction, the deep woods that border our land. I heard a whistle. It was the specific, sharp, two-note whistle my father used to use to call the sheepdogs. It was unmistakable. He had a way of curling his lip that gave the sound a hollow, metallic ring at the end. I froze. My father had been buried in the churchyard at Cahersiveen for 6 months. I stood there, the damp grass soaking into my boots, listening. The wind died down completely, and then I heard it again. "Siobhan, bring the shears." The voice came from just inside the tree line. It was his voice, the low, gravelly rasp of a man who had smoked a pipe for 50 years. It had the exact lilt of his West Kerry accent, but the cadence was off. The words were spaced out too perfectly, like a child learning to read. It didn't move. I knew better than to answer a voice in the woods, especially one that belonged to a dead man. I started backing away toward the gate, keeping my eyes on the dark gaps between the oaks. That's when I saw the glitch. A figure stepped out from behind a tree. It looked like my father. It was wearing his heavy waxed jacket, his flat cap, and his muddy green wellies. But as it walked toward the fence, its body didn't move in a straight line. Every 3 steps, the figure would snap back to where it had started. It would walk forward, 1, 2, 3, and then in a blink, it was back by the tree, repeating the same 3 steps. It looked like a video loop on a broken screen. The grass underneath its boots didn't bend. The brambles it walked through didn't snag on the waxed jacket. It was like a projection that was failing to sync with the physical world. The thing stopped at the fence line. It wasn't my father. The face was wrong. It looked like somebody had taken a photograph of him and stretched it over a frame that was too narrow. The eyes were just flat, matte black circles, and the mouth didn't have lips. Just a dark, horizontal line that opened and closed without moving the jaw. "Siobhan," it said again. This time, the voice didn't come from the mouth. The sound came from the air about 2 feet to the left of the figure. "Siobhan, bring the shears." I reached the gate and fumbled with the iron latch. The figure on the other side of the fence began to distort. It didn't melt or change shape gradually. It tiled. The image of my father broke apart into dozens of small square fragments, and for a second, I could see what was behind them. There was something tall and pale standing in the gap. It looked like a peeled willow branch, long and thin with too many joints in its limbs. It didn't have a face at all, just a smooth, white surface. It was holding a piece of my father's old twine in one of its long, spindly hands. The tiles snapped back together, and it was the image of my father again, only now the loop was getting faster. It was walking toward the fence, snapping back, walking, snapping, over and over in a blur of motion. The sound of his whistle began to repeat too, becoming a constant, high-pitched scream, like a teapot left too long, that made my ears bleed. I turned and ran down the boreen. I didn't look back. I could hear the thump, snap of the thing repeating its movements behind me. Somehow getting closer, even though it was stuck in a loop. It was as if the loop itself was moving through the world like a wave. I reached the farmhouse and slammed the door, bolting it shut and shoving the heavy oak dresser across the frame. My mother was in the kitchen, staring out the window at the mist. "Did you see him then?" she asked. Her voice was flat, devoid of any surprise or alarm. "Mom, there's something in the top field. It looks like Dad, but it's not Dad. It's broken." My mother didn't turn around. She just kept staring at the white wall of fog pressing against the glass. "It's been trying to get the lilt right for weeks," she whispered. "It starts with the whistle, and then it tries the names. It's just the land trying to fill a hole that was left behind. It doesn't know how to be a person. It only knows how to repeat what it heard." Somehow, this did not comfort me. I stayed in the kitchen with her all night. We heard the whistle outside the window 3 times. We heard the sound of my father's boots on the gravel, repeating the same 3 steps, over and over until the sun came up. The next morning, I went out to the top field. I didn't go near the trees, but I looked at the fence from a distance. The top wire was snapped, but the ends of the wire weren't twisted or broken. They were perfectly flat, as if the atoms had just stopped existing in that space. On the ground, right where the figure had stood, I found a pile of wood. It was from one of our sheep, but it hadn't been sheared, it had been unmade. The fibers were straight, white, and organized into a perfect geometric cube about 6 inches wide. It looked like a 3D printed object made of biological material. We sold the sheep and moved to Killarney a month later. My mother doesn't talk about the farm, and I don't ask. I think about that white, jointed thing in the woods sometimes. I think about how it was practicing his voice. It wasn't a ghost, and I don't think it was a demon necessarily. It was a mimic that had found a flaw in the way our world was put together, and it was using my father's memory to wedge the gap open. I don't go back to Kerry. I stay in the towns where the buildings are new and the ground is covered in concrete. I don't like places with long memories. I don't like the way the mist looks when it rolls off the mountains, because I know that if I listen closely enough to the wind in the hedges, I might hear my own voice coming back to me, waiting for its turn to be real. The farm is still sitting there, I suppose. The boreen is probably overgrown by now, but I wonder if the thing in the woods has finished the loop. I wonder if it finally managed to walk all the way to the house without snapping back. Something knocked on the cabin every night. I rented a small hunting cabin for a few nights during the off-season, completely alone. The first night, at about 2 a.m, there was one single knock on the front wall. It wasn't loud or aggressive, so I figured it was a branch or an animal or something, and I fell back asleep. The same knock happened the second night at almost the exact same time. By the third night, I was awake and waiting for it. When the knock came this time, it sounded closer, almost like it was right next to the door frame. I just sat there and held my breath. The last knock came, though, from inside the cabin, right behind me. I left before sunrise and did not finish my stay. Something watched me from the edge of the firelight. By Anonymous. I was sitting by my campfire late at night, just kind of staring into it and zoning out. I was out on a camping trip, and it was day 2, if I remember right. At some point, I realized that I was seeing a darker shape just beyond the edge of the firelight. If you know anything about being out at night in the woods with a fire, then you know that you can see whatever the fire illuminates, and everything beyond that is pretty much dead black. And that was how this looked. Except there was a figure there that was darker than the darkness, if that makes sense. It wasn't moving, it didn't even shift like the way people shift between their feet. It was just standing there. I told myself it was probably just a tree trunk that I hadn't noticed before. When I leaned to the side, the shape did not change, but the shadows around it did. I couldn't see any details, really. It was just a solid outline where there shouldn't have been one. I poked the fire to make it flare up and kind of hoped that the light would reach it. The flames rose, and the shape stayed exactly where it was. Then the fire suddenly dropped, like it literally was like somebody had dumped water on it. I did not relight it, and I went straight to my tent, where I basically huddled until the light came up. I don't think I slept all night, but when I came out, there was no tree and nothing really there that should have made that kind of a figure, so I still have no idea what was out there with me. The Ranger Station Nobody Uses Anymore by Tyler W. I worked for the Forest Service in Montana for 6 years before I quit last month. I am not going back. I don't care that I walked away from a pension and benefits and a career that I actually liked. What happened at the old McKenzie Creek Station was enough to make me rethink everything. McKenzie Creek is in the Bob Marshall Wilderness, about 40 miles northeast of Missoula. It's serious backcountry. You can hike for 3 days and not see another human being. The Forest Service maintains a few ranger stations out there for personnel doing extended surveys or managing the trail system, stuff like that. The McKenzie Creek Station was built in the 1960s. Standard construction for that era. Single-room cabin with a wood stove, small kitchen area, 2 bunk beds, an outhouse about 20 yards away. There's a newer station about 8 miles west that most rangers use now. It's a way better location. It has solar panels and proper radio equipment. And the McKenzie Station is technically still in rotation, but most people avoid it if they can. Now, I'd heard stories about the place, but I didn't put a whole lot of stock in them. Rangers talk, especially when you're out in the woods for weeks at a time with nothing but your own thoughts. Every old cabin has ghost stories, you know? Last September, I got assigned to a 2-week survey of the trail system in that sector. Routine maintenance check before winter. The newer station was already occupied, so my supervisor told me I'd be using McKenzie Creek. I hiked in on a Monday morning. Took me about 7 hours with all my gear. The station looked rough from the outside. The roof had some moss growing on it, and one of the windows had a crack running diagonally across the glass. But the door was solid, and the interior was dry. Good enough. I dropped my pack and started getting set up. The bunks had bare mattresses that smelled like mildew. There was a stack of firewood by the stove that looked like it had been there for years. A shelf with some old paperbacks and a few rusted cans of soup. A logbook on the small table where rangers were supposed to record their stays. I flipped through the logbook. The last entry was from April, 8 months earlier. Before that, nothing since October of the previous year. People really were avoiding this place. I made dinner on my camp stove and went through my survey maps. My plan was to spend the next 13 days hiking different sections, then hike back out on the Sunday. Standard work. That first night, I woke up at about 3 a.m. to the sound of the door opening. It wasn't like somebody was trying to be quiet about it either. The door just swung open, hinges creaking, and then it stayed open. I could see moonlight coming through the doorway. I got up and closed it. I checked the latch, which seemed fine, and went back to bed. 20 minutes later, it happened again. The door swung open and moonlight flooded in. I closed it again, and this time I dragged my pack over and I wedged it against the door. I went back to sleep. In the morning, the pack was still against the door, and the door was still closed. I figured maybe the latch was looser than I thought, and the wind had been catching it, even though I didn't remember feeling any wind. I spent that day hiking a 12-mile section of trail. I came back at about 6 p.m. The door was open. I stood there looking at this for a while, trying to work out the physics. I had placed another heavy pack sort of in front of the door. It's just enough so I could get out. There was no way the door could swing outward, with the pack blocking it from the inside as far as it went. But it was open, like fully open, and the pack was exactly where I'd left it. It literally would have had to have gone through the pack to do that. I went inside and checked everything. My gear was untouched, the food was secure in the bear box outside. Nothing had been disturbed. I ate dinner and wrote up my notes from the day's survey. Around 9 p.m., I started hearing footsteps on the roof. Clear, distinct footsteps. Boot heels on wooden shingles, walking from one end of the cabin to the other, and then back again. I went outside with my flashlight. There was nothing on the roof, no animals or branches or anything that could make that sound. I went back inside, and the footsteps started again immediately, pacing back and forth, right above where I was sitting. I tried to ignore it. I put in my earbuds and I listened to music until I was tired enough to sleep. The next morning, I checked the logbook again. I read through it more carefully this time. Most entries were pretty standard. Trail conditions, wildlife sightings, weather notes. But there were a few that stood out. An entry from 2018. Something keeps opening the door at night. Need to fix the latch. An entry from 2016. Heard walking on the roof both nights. Maybe a bear, but couldn't find any tracks. An entry from 2012. Can't sleep here. Moving to the Western Station tomorrow. Don't care what Henderson says about the damn schedule. That last one had been written by a ranger named Carl Morrison. I knew Carl. He had retired a few years back. Tough guy. Former Marine, not the type to spook easily at all. I decided to stick it out. I had a job to do, and I wasn't going to let an old cabin psych me out. The door kept opening. Every single night. Sometimes multiple times. I stopped wedging things against it and just let it happen. I figured I would get more sleep that way. The footsteps on the roof became routine. They would start at about 9 p.m. and continue until about midnight. Always the same pattern. End to end, back and forth. On the fifth night, I woke up to someone sitting on the edge of my bunk. I could feel the mattress compressed under their weight. I could feel the slight movement as they shifted position. I opened my eyes. There was nobody there that I could see, but the mattress was definitely compressed. I watched the indentation, the way the fabric curved down under invisible weight. I sat up slowly. The weight lifted. The mattress returned to normal. I got up and turned on my flashlight, swept it around the cabin, but there was nothing there. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The next day, I hiked out to a spot where I could get cell service, and I called my supervisor. I told him I needed to move to the other station, that Mackenzie Creek had some structural issues that were making it hard to work. He told me the other station was still occupied and would be for another week. He asked if I could tough it out, and I said I would try. That night, I left the lantern on. I figured if something was going to happen, I wanted to see it. Around 10:30, I was reading one of the old paperbacks when I heard breathing. It was slow and steady, and coming from the direction of the other bunk. I looked over, but there was nobody there. The breathing continued, though. It was very calm and regular. And then it spoke. A man's voice, quiet, almost a whisper. "You should leave." I asked who was there, but didn't get any response. Just that steady breathing. I sat there for maybe 5 minutes. The breathing continued the whole time. And then it stopped on a dime, like somebody had, hit an off switch or something. The cabin went dead silent. I packed up my gear that night. I left a note in the logbook saying I was moving my base of operations due to equipment failure. I hiked out by headlamp and got to the trailhead around 4 in the morning. I finished my survey working out of the other station once it freed up. I filed my report. I did not mention anything about Mackenzie Creek except that the cabin needed maintenance. Last week, I was having drinks with another ranger, and I brought up the Mackenzie station. I asked if he knew anything about the history. He told me a ranger had died there in 1987, some guy named William Mackenzie, which is who the creek was named after. He'd been doing a solo assignment and didn't radio in for his scheduled check. When they hiked out to investigate, they found him in the cabin. Heart attack, probably, they said. He'd been dead for about 3 days. They found him sitting on one of the bunks. I asked if there was anything else, any other incidents. He said rangers had been reporting strange things at that cabin for decades. Doors opening, footsteps, voices. The Forest Service kept it in rotation because technically there was nothing wrong with it. But everyone who could avoid it did. I quit 2 weeks after that conversation. I told them I was moving back east to be closer to family. They seemed surprised, but they didn't push it. I don't really know what I experienced in that cabin. I don't know if it was the ghost of William Mackenzie or something else, or just my mind playing tricks on me after too many days alone in the woods. But it's kind of weird that so many of us would have our minds play tricks on us in the exact same way. All I know is I felt somebody sit on my bunk, and I heard that voice that told me to leave, and I'm never going back to the Bob Marshall wilderness. I found a campfire that was already burning. I was hiking way off the main trails, far enough that I hadn't seen another person all day. As I came over a small rise, I saw a campfire burning in a clearing ahead of me. It wasn't like old embers or something, but actual flames. They were steady, like they were being maintained. I waited for someone to speak up, but the clearing was completely empty. I didn't see any packs or a tent or food. It was just a clean fire ring and stacked wood. The fire popped like it had been burning for a while, so I knew it hadn't been freshly lit. I called out once and immediately regretted it, because something about the way the sound fell was just wrong. After a minute, I kicked dirt over the flames and backed away. I smelled smoke behind me for the whole rest of the hike out, but when I reached the road, my clothes didn't smell like smoke at all. The Deep Fork River Witch by Travis B. I've lived in eastern Oklahoma my whole life. I grew up hearing stories from my Creek and Seminole buddies about things you aren't supposed to mess with in the woods. I always respected the culture, but I never really believed that a bird could steal your heart or that a dog could walk on 2 legs. I treated the woods with respect because of snakes and meth cooks, not magic. That changed 2 years ago. I was bank fishing on the Deep Fork River, a few miles west of Okmulgee. It's thick country out there. The river bottoms are full of hardwoods, tangled vines, and mud that will suck the boot right off your foot. It was late July. The air was heavy enough to wear, saturated with humidity and the sound of cicadas. I had hiked in about a mile from where I parked my truck. I like this one specific bend in the river, where the water slows down and gets deep. It's prime territory for flathead catfish. I set up my lantern, baited my lines with sunfish, and settled in for the night. Around 1 a.m., the woods went dead silent. If you spend time outdoors, you know that silence is louder than noise. The frogs stopped. The cicadas cut out. Even the wind seemed to die down. The only sound was the water lapping against the mud bank. I felt a sudden, intense pressure in my chest. It wasn't pain exactly. It felt like the air pressure had dropped 50 points in a second. I stood up to stretch and shine my light around. I got this feeling that I was being watched. I scanned the tree line. Nothing. Just shadows and oak trunks. I decided to walk a little ways down the bank to relieve myself, getting away from my gear and the lantern light. I walked maybe 50 yards into the brush. The smell hit me first. It smelled like a slaughterhouse floor in the middle of summer. It was the heavy metallic scent of fresh blood mixed with bile and something rotting. I gagged. I pulled my shirt up over my nose and aimed my flashlight at the source. There was a huge, flat stump about 10 feet to my left. Sitting on top of it was a pile of meat. I stepped closer, thinking a poacher had gutted a deer and left the offal, but the shape was all wrong. It wasn't a chaotic pile of intestines. It was organized. There was a heart, lungs, and what looked like a stomach, all glistening wet and steaming in the night air. They were pulsing. The heart was beating. I could see the valves contracting. The lungs were inflating and deflating with a shallow, ragged rhythm. My brain couldn't process it. I stood there staring at this biological impossibility, trying to rationalize how a pile of organs could be alive outside of a body. I thought maybe I was hallucinating from heat exhaustion or fumes. I reached out with the barrel of my flashlight, thinking to poke it. A scream tore through the canopy above me. It wasn't a bobcat. It wasn't a mountain lion. It sounded like an old woman screaming while drowning. It was gurgling and high-pitched, a shriek that vibrated in my teeth. I whipped the light upward. Perched on a limb, about 20 feet up, was a great horned owl. But it was too big. It had to be 4 feet tall. Its feathers were matted and greasy. It looked down at me. The eyes weren't yellow avian eyes. They were human. They were brown with white sclera, and they were wide with panic and rage. The bird didn't fly. It fell from the branch. It dropped like a stone, spreading its wings at the last second to break its fall, landing heavily on the dead leaves between me and the stump. It stood up on 2 legs. The legs were feathered, but the knees were thick and knobby, like human knees covered in down. It hissed at me. The sound came from a beak that was hooked and sharp, but inside the beak, I saw a human tongue. I backed up. I didn't turn my back on it. I knew instinctively that if I turned, I was dead. The creature spread its wings out wide, trying to make itself look bigger, blocking the path to the stump. It snapped its beak, making a loud clack-clack noise. I remember a story my friend's grandfather told us when we were kids. He talked about the sticky knee. He said they were witches who vomited up their insides to turn into owls and fly around looking for hearts to eat. He said they had to hide their organs, and if anything happened to the organs, they couldn't turn back. This thing was protecting the pile on the stump. I stumbled backward over a root and fell hard on my ass. The creature lunged. It didn't fly, it hopped aggressively, closing the distance with terrifying speed. It looked clumsy but powerful, like a turkey vulture fighting over a carcass. I scrambled backward, kicking dirt at it. My hand landed on a heavy piece of driftwood. I swung it blindly. The wood connected with the bird's shoulder. It didn't feel like hitting a hollow-boned bird, though. It felt like hitting a solid bag of cement. The creature shrieked again, that same drowning woman scream, and recoiled. It flapped its wings, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaves, blinding me for just a second. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I didn't go back for my rods or my lantern or anything. I just sprinted toward the truck. I could hear it crashing through the brush behind me. It was running. I could hear heavy footfalls and the sound of feathers brushing against the scrub oak. It sounded like a man running in a winter coat. I vaulted a fallen log and nearly twisted my ankle, but I didn't slow down. The adrenaline was the only thing keeping me moving. I reached the clearing where my truck was parked, fumbled for my keys, and had to get down to find them. I heard a swooping sound. I looked up and saw the silhouette of the owl against the stars. It was gliding over the truck, silent now. It landed on the hood of my pickup, right after I got inside. It stared at me through the windshield as I jammed the key into the ignition. Up close, in the dim light of the cab, I saw its face clearly. The feathers around the eyes were arranged in a pattern that looked like wrinkles. It looked ancient. It tapped on the glass with its beak. I cranked the engine and threw it into reverse. The bird held on for a second, its talons screeching against the metal of the hood, before it launched itself into the air. I drove back to Okmulgee doing 90. I didn't go home, though. I went to a 24-hour diner and sat in a booth near the back until the sun came up. I just didn't want to be alone. I was shaking so badly I couldn't hold a cup of coffee. I went back the next day in the daylight with 2 buddies and a shotgun. We went to the spot where I had been fishing. My gear was gone. My rods, my tackle box, my lantern, all of it. The mud bank was churned up and covered in weird 3-toed tracks that were too deep for a bird. We found the stump in the woods. The organs were gone, but the stump was stained dark with dried blood, and the wood was scorched, like someone had poured gasoline on it and lit a match. There was a smell hanging in the air that I can't describe. It smelled like burnt hair and ozone. It's safe to say I will never go back to that part of the woods. I Think I Know Why the Logging Road Was Closed, by Sarah. I worked for the Washington Department of Natural Resources last summer, doing trail maintenance for the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest. It was my second season, and I thought I knew what to expect. Long days hiking in with equipment, clearing fallen trees, fixing erosion damage. Mostly solo work once you got assigned your section. In late July, they sent me out to work on a trail near the Lewis River. There's this old logging road that branches off Highway 90, goes about 8 miles back into the forest before it dead ends at what used to be a staging area. The road's been officially closed since 2019, but the gate's always getting broken or left open by hunters and off-roaders. My supervisor told me to hike in from the highway instead of driving the logging road. She said the road was in pretty bad shape, and it wasn't worth risking a vehicle. Made sense at the time. I got to the trailhead around 7 in the morning. It was already warm, probably going to hit 80 by afternoon. The trail runs parallel to the logging road for the first 2 miles, close enough that you can see the road through the trees in some spots. About an hour in, I stopped to drink some water, and I heard a vehicle. It sounded like a truck, coming up the logging road from deeper in the forest, heading toward the highway. I didn't think much of it. People ignore closure signs all the time. But then I heard it stop. The engine cut out maybe a quarter mile ahead of me, right where the trail and the road come closest together. I kept walking. I figured somebody was turning around or taking a break. But when I got to that spot, I could see the road clearly through the gap in the trees, and there was no vehicle. There was nobody there at all. The engine had sounded so close, like right there close, and I hadn't heard it start up again or drive away. I stood there for a few minutes, just looking at the empty road. The dirt was dry, and I could see tire tracks from something recent, but that could have been from days ago. There was no fresh dust in the air, no sounds except birds and wind in the trees. I kept going. My work section started another mile up the trail. I spent most of the day clearing deadfall and reinforcing a washed-out section with rocks and drainage bars. Around 3 in the afternoon, I heard the truck again. It was the same engine sound coming from the same direction, coming up the logging road from the interior. This time, I was close enough to the road that I could have walked over in 2 minutes. I dropped my tools and pushed through the brush to get a good look. Nothing. Empty road, but I could hear it. The engine was idling somewhere close, that low rumble of a diesel. I could even hear the slight variation in the RPMs, like someone had their foot on the accelerator. Then it started moving again. The sound got louder, like it was coming toward me. And then it passed my position and continued toward the highway. I watched the section of the road where it should have appeared, and nothing drove by. The sound faded into the distance, and then cut out completely, like someone had turned a key. I went back to work, but I kept my radio on my belt instead of in my pack. We're supposed to check in with base every 4 hours, and I was thinking about calling early just to hear another human voice. Around 5, I started hiking back out. I'd gone maybe half a mile when I found a deer. It was lying across the trail. A doe, maybe 2 years old, completely intact, no visible injuries or blood or anything, but its eyes were open and clouded over. It had been dead for at least a day based on how stiff it was. The weird part was its position. It was lying on its side, with its legs straight out, like it had just tipped over while standing. Deer do not die like that. When they get hit by cars or taken down by predators, there's violence to it, thrashing. This one looked like someone had carefully placed it there. I stepped over it and kept walking. Then I found another one, a buck this time, bigger. Same thing though, lying on its side across the trail, legs straight out, no injuries, with its eyes clouded over. Before I got back to the highway, I counted 6 more, all of them positioned the same way, all of them placed directly on the trail, like someone wanted them to be found. When I got back to my truck, I called my supervisor and told him what I'd seen. He was quiet for a long time. Then he asked if I had seen the thing that killed them. I said I hadn't seen anything kill them, they just looked dead. He told me to take the next day off. He said he would send a wildlife team out to check on the deer, and they'd let me know if I needed to move to a different section. That was 6 weeks ago. Nobody ever called me back about it. When I checked the work schedule the following week, my assignment had been changed to a trail near Mount Adams, 30 miles away. The Lewis River Trail was marked as closed for the rest of the season. I asked another ranger about it when I ran into him at the station. He got this look on his face. and told me the logging road's been problematic for years. Equipment malfunctions, people reporting engine sounds when there are no vehicles, deer found dead on the trails with no clear cause. He said the department keeps closing it and people keep breaking in. He said maybe they should just gate it with concrete barriers and forget it exists. I looked up the history of the area last week. There was a logging accident in 1987. A truck went off the road about 7 miles in and rolled down an embankment. Killed the driver. They recovered the vehicle, but they had to use a helicopter because the road was too narrow for a tow truck to turn around. The ranger I talked to said that sometimes areas just go bad. He said the forest does what it wants and we're just trying to manage around it. I don't know what I heard out there. I don't know what killed those deer or why they were arranged like that. But I am not going back to that trail. The department can send someone else. I found a child's toy hanging from a tree. I was doing survey work in a section of the forest that's pretty much untouched. I started to notice something bright hanging from a low branch. At first I thought it was trash, like something that had come out there in a storm with the wind, you know? But it was actually a small plastic toy. It was sun-faded, but pretty clean, like it hadn't been there for very long. Now, I can't stress enough that there are no houses, no campsites, absolutely nothing nearby that would explain this. I took a photo, left it alone, and figured that somehow somebody had lost it. I still couldn't explain why it got all the way out here and how it got up in a tree, but I tried not to think about it too much. When I came back the next day, the toy was gone. The branch it had been hanging from was still bent down, and I didn't see any signs of anybody passing through. I stopped working that area early and moved on. I still can't explain it, and it still gives me the creeps. I followed a trail marker that wasn't on any map. By Jessica. I was hiking with a printed map and GPS, so I wasn't too worried about getting lost. At a fork that I didn't recognize, I saw this wooden trail marker nailed to a tree, which was pointing to my left. The trail that it pointed to looked pretty well maintained, so I figured I would follow it. After about 10 minutes, my GPS said that I was not on any marked trail. I turned around to go back, but that's when I realized that the trail behind me looked narrower and a lot different than it had before. And when I reached the fork again, the marker that had been pointing left was gone. I stood there much longer than I should have, but I was just trying to line everything up with the map. Eventually, I found the main trail by backtracking, but it took a really long time. Later that day, I checked, and there's no record of that fork anywhere. I still think about how confident I felt following that sign, and I'm just really glad I made it out.